Held and over in South Australia. With the opponent, Justin Orphan. Over in lane 2, Lee Bundle. 7 years Bundle. 202 Holt. Exactly.
So it'd be interesting to see. These reactions aren't overly great at the moment, but it is the first pass for all these competitors. So obviously the more passes, the more laps they do, you'll see these reaction times coming down. That's what you need to win races, to be consistent at this end of the track as well as at the other end of the track. Okay, lane 1, we got Gavin Heyman from Horsham out here in the Chev Powered Drive hatchback Veranda. Adrian Hicks in lane 1 goes through and records a time of 8:35 at 82 miles an hour to lane 2's 8:34 at 93 miles an hour. Beautiful day out here, folks. So just welcome to South Coast Raceway. You couldn't have picked a better day to come over here. This is brilliant, as always. Okay, so we've got no info yet on the competitor in lane 1. Is a blue ute, Holden ute. His opponent is Mick Cleary from Portland. It's a 376 LS powered Commodore ute. Red one should win because the and they go through lane 1, records a time of 8:09 to lane 2's 8:1. 80 miles an hour versus 83 miles an hour. VH Commodore LS1 powered machine. Wayne Little from South Australia, Mount Gambier. His opponent Jason Edwards from Penola out here in lane 2 in the XE Falcon. 351 powered machine. I don't know whether it's a Cleveland or a Windsor. Windsor. Doesn't sort of say, but it's 3:51. Time of 7:4 at 94 miles an hour to lane 2's 8:4 at 79 miles an hour. His opponent, David Bunnock from Casterton, out here in the LX Tirana hatchback. 400 cubic inch motor in the hatchback. I'd presume that would be a Chev, but I may be wrong. I have been wrong in the past, and I will be wrong in the future. Hopefully we can get these cars down the track. Lane 1, Michael Parker. Lane 2, David Bunnock. To lane 1's 8.9 at 84 miles per hour. Okay, next competitors, Pascal Marino from Millicent in the 1-tonner. It's a 364 cubic inch Chev in the 1-tonner, and his opponent, Simon Lazaro from Monaro in South Australia. It's a 350 Chev in the Monaro, lane 2. Beautiful looking Monaro. Goes through and records a time of 6:97 at 100 miles an hour to lane 1 7:13 at 90 miles an hour. His opponent, Jamie Ackland from Hamilton, Ford Cortina wagon. I presume it would be a Windsor in the wagon, but I may be wrong. Goes through and records a time of 6:75 to lane 1 6:92. So that's 103 mile an hour for lane 2 to lane 1's 97 miles an hour. Okay, we got Jeremy Martin from Mount Gambier out here in lane 1 to Holden Tirana. 330 cubic inch motor. His opponent is Les Waite from Delacombe up near Ballarat in the, well, it says a Holden HQ Prem, but it looks like a VC or VB wagon. Goes through and records a time of 7:43 at 94 mile an hour to lane 1's 8:1 at 86 miles an hour. Okay, look at these next two competitors. A couple of South Coast Raceway stalwarts here. We've got Dean Cleary, 410 cubic inch hatchback Tirana. His opponent out here in lane 2, who's normally on 2 wheels, we got Robbie Casa out here in the VH Commodore. Apparently it's his father's car. Now Robbie's putting an LS in it, decided to have a bit of a play with the 4-wheel varieties of drag racing. So Dean Cleary in lane 1, Rob Casa in lane 2. So this will be interesting to see how Robbie gets this thing off the line. Record 710 at 79 mile an hour to Robbie Casa's 78 at 88 mile an hour. Looks like Dean got off the gas there before the start, before the finish line. That was great to see. Okay, we've got Benny Phillips out here in lane 1 in the beautiful HK wagon. His opponent is Mr. Consistent himself, Ross Jervis from Yangaree, just out of Warrnambool. 383 cubic inch Chev in the HQ Monaro. Ross is just down the road from where I live. We've got his brand new trailer sitting in the shed at home. He hasn't picked it up yet, just didn't quite get it finished in time. It is a colour-coded trailer. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite finished in time for him to pick up this weekend. It's great to see Ross Jervis over here, racing in the $2,000 streetcar bracket. I think both these vehicles are. Benny Phillips. Goes through, records a time of 6.7, 101 to Ross Jervis 7.2 at 94. Okay, our next competitors pull up into the burnout box. Andrew Waite out here from Ballarat in the HQ Prem. Big block Chev, 454 cubic inch under the bonnet of that HQ. His opponent in the beautiful XY Fairmont here in lane 2, Scott Riley. Scott's from Hamilton. It's a 383 cubic inch motor under the bonnet with the XY. Go through lane 1 with a 6.93 to lane 2's 6.94. 101 mile an hour versus 98 miles an hour. Okay, next pairing coming out here. Ron Johnson out here in lane 1, the UC Tirana. It's a 372 cubic inch Chev under the bonnet of that UC. His opponent is Kevin Dark out here in the LC Tirana. Got no specifications on what motor's in the LC. At 86 mile an hour to lane 2's 7.1 at 99 miles an hour. Rightio, our next pair pulled up in the burnout box. We've got Neil Mallard from Hamilton. Neil in the Commodore. No info on the specs, so it's a 6.7 litre under the bonnet of that Commodore in lane 1. His opponent, Stephen Lewis from Kingston. I presume that's Kingston in South Australia. Beautiful Holden Monaro out here in lane 2. 383 cubic inch Chev. Start line. 7.28 for lane 2 to an 8.84 for lane 1. That's 69 mile an hour for lane 1 and 95 miles an hour for lane 2. So the action's coming thick and fast out here, folks. All these street-type vehicles coming out here. True street. All chasing that $2,000 purse for the winner of this particular class. Jack Phillips out here in lane 1. The XF Falcon. 250 cross-flow under the bonnet of the Falcon. So it's not a Barra, it's the old cross-flow. His opponent, Shannon Brooks, out here in lane 2 in the Ute, HQ Ute. Got no specs on the motor of that Ute. There they go down 9.34 at 74 miles an hour for lane 1. Lane 2 records an 8.0 at 85 miles an hour. So yes, all the barbecue hut looks like it's open there, folks. The canteen, so if you're feeling a bit peckish, feel like a drink, now's the time to go up and grab something. Not too many people up there, no queue, so you get in straight away if you're feeling a bit peckish. So there's great food over there provided by South Coast Raceway volunteers. So we thank all those volunteers for spending the time, helping out to make this spectacle more enjoyable for you, the paying public. And the competitors, of course, everyone needs to eat. Okay, Zach Shepherd out here in lane 1 from Portland in the LJ Tirana. It's a 3-litre Nissan-powered 6-cylinder under the bonnet of that Tirana. His opponent is Nick Kronovac in the Plymouth Barracuda. Doesn't say what size cubes under the Barracuda, possibly 440. Run 7.5 at 91 miles an hour to lane 1 7.0 at 100 miles an hour. So one of the officials just going up the track there, might be something. He obviously spotted something, have a bit of a look up there. To check things out, make sure it's all safe for everyone. We want everyone to be safe and have equal opportunity for each lane, so just got to check a few things to make sure everything's right. Obviously something on the track up there, I can see him just about ready to pick up something there now. All good, gets the thumbs up. Doug Penner, our Andra official, just going down there in the golf buggy, having a bit of a look too. So safety is paramount, safety first. So all the vehicles have to pass scrutineering and get a thorough safety check, all these street type vehicles, so just check the little things, brakes, seat belts, make sure your helmet's up to specs, long sleeves. So yeah, just common sense sort of stuff, not any oil dripping out of the vehicle. So they're all the things to add to it, make our sport one of the safest motorsports there is in the country. So it looks like it's all good to go again. Everyone's coming back, all the officials. The Andra Stewart seems like he's happy with the track. Thanks, Doug. So we got Sean O'Callaghan out here from Portland, VK Commodore, beautifully prepared orange Commodore, looks a treat. 308, the old 308 under the bonnet of the Commodore. You don't see too many of them. 0.3 reaction, goes through and records a time of 8.49 at 81 miles an hour. So yeah, once again, thank you all for coming out nice and early and supporting South Coast Raceway. Just not forgetting, I think in 2 weeks' time, we've got a Wild Bunch meeting out here for our supercharged door slammers. So if any of your friends or whatever are thinking of coming out, that will be a cracker of a meeting. Nothing like supercharged vehicles, and to have a full field for that will be something spectacular. It'll sort of hark back to the days of Slamfest and those type of events where we had sort of full fields of blown door slammers. So just put that one in the diary, and if you know anyone who hasn't been to South Coast Raceway and have always wanted to come over, that will be a perfect race meeting for a first timer to come and view. So make sure you talk to all your friends and encourage them to come over in about 2 weeks' time for that Wild Bunch meeting. That will be a one rip snorting event. Okay, we've got some JDs coming out here. Some junior diggers. Rear engine rails. Quite a few names for these vehicles. And this is the future of the sport, ladies and gentlemen. Cody Gray from Altona in lane 1. We got Valera Cardam out here from Noble Park. It's great to see the Cardam family out here and racing. Father will be out there later with Steve Falcon. He's having a start line now, directing his daughter into the staging area. Very competitive class. Very quick little vehicles. A lot of billet aluminium engines out here. These single cylinder powered vehicles. They range from A down to C. That's the grading of how quick these juniors go. Codes grade. Goes through and records a time of 8.0 at 77 miles an hour to lane 2's 86 at 72 miles an hour. Great to see the juniors out here. The future of the sport, ladies and gentlemen. This is where you send your kids. If you've got kids here on the hill, they're interested in drag racing, this could be the class for them. Run at national level. They have championship classes for these vehicles. You can be Australian #1 racing these vehicles. This is where the kids get their grounding. When they become adults, they hit the ground running. They've had years of experience of staging, racing, in these classes. When they move up to the senior levels, they hit the ground running. Very tough to beat the kid that's been through junior drags program. So we got Sarah Osborne out here in lane 1, lane Warren in Victoria. The entire Cardam, the other Cardam sister, out here in lane 2. Kids are generally really sharp on the tree. These reactions will be very good, I'd imagine. They put a lot of the adults to shame. These kids off the start line with their reactions. That's the joys of being young. Okay, now hopefully they won't put me to shame with my predictions of what they're going to do on the start line. junior dragster out there in lane 1. Okay, that's it for the juniors. Looks like we've got one bike coming around. One of my favourite bikes of all time out here. Lane 1, we have an Effie. It's what we call an EFE type Suzuki, mid-80s, early to mid-80s type Suzuki GSX. These type of bikes have a rich history in drag racing. Actually, the pro bikes of today are based on these bikes. So, Nathaniel McKay out here from Ross Creek on the Suzuki. It's actually a Katana, very similar to an Effie. It's a 1427cc. His opponent, Dean Jamison, out here in the Kawasaki in lane 2. Dean Jamison's from Casterton. It's a 900cc motor on this Kawasaki in lane 2. Very street type looking bike. No wheelie bar, it's not too low or anything like that. It will be a handful to get this bike off the track, off the start line. No wheelie bar, I'd imagine. That runs 5, 8 and 120 miles an hour for lane 1. The quickest pass we've seen this morning. And his opponent, Dean Jamison, runs 6.88 at 105 miles an hour. So that's a pretty quick street bike out there in lane 2. So there was our quickest pass for the day, a 5.5 at 120 mile an hour. So that's one quick Katana. Okay, here we go. Gavin Don't. Gavin is just debuting this bike. It's had major upgrades. So this is a big debut for Gav. Supercharged 1340 cubic inch B King Suzuki. Gavin Don't, his previous best out here has been 5.24 at 141 miles an hour. This being his first pass on this bike, I wouldn't imagine to be anywhere near that. It will be just a bit of a shut-off pass, I'd imagine, just to see how it goes off the line. Probably do a 60 foot or a 330 foot and shut it down, I would imagine. So we'll just see how Gav goes, gets the solo out here, he's in full stage. Not right on the gas, just a bit of a shakedown pass there for Gav. So I'd say we'll see those times come down dramatically through the day. So it's great to see him out debuting his old bike again, but with major upgrades. Longer swing arm and a few other bits and pieces, and he's changed a few things around, positioning of it. So. Okay, I just want to call up Super Sedan, all our Super Sedan racers out there, if you're listening. If you can come around to the staging lanes right now, all the Super Sedan competitors. Thank you. So it looks like we're moving through to modified now. Peter Moyer out here in lane 1, LS1 powered Chev powered dragster out here in lane 1. I think he debuted at the last meeting over here with this new motor. It's basically a stock LS motor. He's just thrown in it. His opponent is Mr. Consistent himself, Craig Baker. Craig Baker from Gowan Gray, down there in Melbourne Way. It's a 355 cubic inch whole motor, maybe in the rear engine rail. Craig Baker has been modified Australian champion before. He's also been Victorian Divisional Director of Andra many moons ago, I'd say back in the 90s. Man with a rich racing history. Craig Baker, lane 2. Peter Moyer, just down the road here in Portland. local boy, 400 cubic inch LS1, I think it is. So I'd expect Craig Baker to drive away from Peter. Test out the reactions from Craig Baker, who's generally sharp. Goes through records time of 5:47 at 125 miles an hour. So there is your quickest pass for the day so far. Peter Moyer runs 6:20 at 108 for lane 1. Okay, out here in lane 1 we've got Clint Noble, a Fiat Topolino Altered, one of my favourite type of race cars. It's an Altered, this being a Fiat Topolino, 19 late 30s or 40s type body on this Altered. It says it's a small block Chevy, but no, haven't got the info from where Clint Noble is, but maybe up from Ballarat way, I'm not too sure. Very nice looking Altered. I think I've seen just doing some test passes at Heathcote there last weekend. He might have been up there doing some testing. Just the Andrew officials there, not happy. They have a bit of a look. There might be a bit of fluid leaking out of that Altered. So I got the signal to shut it down. So they'll push that back out the road, I imagine. Obviously some discussion. The vehicle's still going. They're going to send him in, so obviously they've satisfied the Andrew officials. There, just around a half track. Records a time of 6:09 at 63 miles an hour. Obviously there must have been something happened. The Andrew officials come up and had a quick chat to the crew. So there was something going on with the Altered, and a bit major discussion, but they just let him go down, so obviously it wasn't too bad of an issue. Licensing pass, I've just been told, so just checking him out just to make sure he left well, shut the vehicle down. So just have to be checked out, got to do the right thing during the licensing pass. See a bit of a fire or something going on over in the pit area there at the moment. So if we get the fire, he's over there, just near the staging lanes. Bit of a fire going on over there, I can see some smoke. Obviously some people over there, hopefully someone's got a fire extinguisher. I see the fire, the smoke's gone out, so obviously something's happened there now. There'll just be a slight delay till we sort this out. So once again, welcome to South Coast Raceway. Beautiful picture, postcard day for this racing action. It's a big streetcar challenge event for major class, $2,000 up for prize money for our street type vehicles. All the vehicles had to do a cruise this morning to qualify for this event. I don't know how many Ks was involved, but they had to do a bit of a cruise around through the town and then back again. And they all line up and do some racing, and the winner gets to take home $2,000. So that's not a bad little purse for a street vehicle. And I see that's a fairly major class there. I think at last count there was really 25 competitors in that class alone. So it's a great effort, great initiative by South Coast Raceway to have that event. And it gives the street type vehicles somewhere to race for some major prize money. And the event has been greatly supported by other classes, super sedan, super street, modified bike and junior dragster. for your viewing pleasure, so just to mix things up a bit. So the track looks a picture, traction looks good. Haven't seen too many vehicles getting loose at this stage. So it will only get better as the day goes on. More rubber gets put down onto the track and gets a bit warmer. These times will come down. The drivers, they're going to catch up to the vehicles because there's a bit of a break between race meetings, so it takes a little bit of catching up to the speed of a vehicle. Things happen very quickly out there. So the old brain, the human brain, can only work so fast, and we have to be training ourselves for these sharp reactions. So it takes 2 or 3 passes just to actually catch up to the vehicle. So the brain sort of catches up to the pace that the vehicle's moving from the line, and we'll see these reactions come down. The person with the close to the reaction at this start line and then run consistently to their dial in, you will be in line for a major trophy. If you can keep those things consistent, you'll be in the hunt. Okay. Scott Rowan out here from Ballarat, LJ Tirana. 355 cubic inch Holden motor, stroke Holden motor under the bonnet of that beautifully prepped Tirana in lane 1. We've got Troy Newton out here in the Gasser. A gas running in super sedan. Straight axle under the front of that Chev. Says it's a 253 cubic inch Chev under the front row. Records a time of 6:38 at 107. To Troy Newton in the Gasser 7.2 at 93 miles an hour. Okay, one of my favourite vehicles of all time, Mark II Cortina. It's Mark II 220 Cortina. 220 indicates that it's a 2-door. Mark II being the 2nd generation Cortina. He is running a 427 cubic inch small block Windsor under the bonnet of that Cortina in lane 1. His opponent, Des Jeffrey, out here in the HZ Holden Ute, said it's a 565 cubic inch big block. Generally points the bonnet to the stars on the launch. Get some nice air under the bonnet, no one reaction, no tree reaction, so both the guys are sharp on the tree. 564 at 120 mile an hour for Des Jeffrey lane 2 to Michael Rowan's 590 at 115 miles an hour. So a couple of our quicker vehicles that have been down the track so far. Nice bit of air under the front of the ute there for Des. Okay, so we've got Chris Lilius from Roxby Downs in South Australia and Alex Holden Tirana in lane 1. He's running a 400 cubic inch Chev. And we got Malcolm Todd from Bullagerlo. I think I've got that pronunciation right, but probably wrong. He is running a 383 cubic inch Chev under the bonnet of the LC Tirana. Go through, lane 1 records a time of 6:35 at 106 to Malcolm Todd's 6:89 at 101 miles an hour. Okay, we got Hogs out here in lane 1, Matthew Hogan. So it's a another one of those stroked Holdens, 355 cubic inch motor. His opponent, Jim Fitzgibbon from Mount Evelyn in Victoria, in the beautiful Holden FJ. This is a reminder of years gone by, folks. Back in the 60s, when everyone ran an FJ gasser type vehicle, the drag races. Hogs run 635 at 109 lane 1 to the FJ's 646 at 105. Yeah, great to see a bit of a blast from the past with the FJ going down the track. 90% of the sedans back in the day were that type of vehicle, so it's great to see. Haven't got the info from lane 1 at the moment. Cortina in lane 1. But his opponent is Ryan Sturska from Warrnambool, the RX-7 Mazda, running a 427 cubic inch Chev. That's his dad out there, Craig, backing him back. Ryan and his dad, Craig, built this car, made the chassis for it. He ended up, I think he got runner-up in Super Sedan at the last meeting. So Ryan is a very tough campaigner here in lane 1. We'll run down in the 5-second time zones, just from memory. Pulls the red cherry. Goes through and runs 551 at 122 mile an hour for lane 2. The lane 1's 648 at 106 miles an hour. So if you get a chance, go over and have a look at that RX-7. It is a work of art. So the boys did it in their shed at home. The Sturska boys, father and son team. So go over and have a look at that one. It is a beautiful car. Speaking of beautiful cars, have a look at the paint job on this car in lane 1. Dodge Mopar, Brent Murray from Auckland. Absolute mint paint job. 440 cubic inch big block Mopar under the bonnet of the Dodge in lane 1. Brent Murray. His opponent, Gary Volsang. Sorry, Gary, if I've got that wrong. From Hazelwood North in Victoria. 540 cubic inch big block Chev under the frame rails of the 68 Camaro. Gary Vogelsang in lane 1, Brent Murray in lane 2. So both big blocks. Nice launch there for lane 2. They go through. Pair of 5.9s, so it's a 5.90 for lane 1 and a 5.99 for lane 2. 119 mile an hour lane 1 and 113 mile an hour for lane 2. Okay, here's another one of these vehicles that's making its debut here today at South Coast Raceway. Mick Pollard. Mick actually lives about a 8th mile distance from my house in Winslow, Victoria, near Warrnambool. So it's great to see Mick out here. 406 cubic inch small block Chev for Mick Pollard in lane 1. So we're just doing some shakedown passes. Like I say, it's a brand new race car. Just testing out a few of the things. We'll just see how he goes, where he shuts it down. Just taking his time. Obviously needs a bit of direction here. Just going to send him out of stage and restage him again. I'd say the nerves will be running wild up there for Mick in lane 1. A few little issues going on with the car, a few gremlins. But it's actually great to see him have the car out here today. Like I say, it's the first time out in the vehicle. So no doubt he'll get a few little problems sorted out and be back out here in that machine. Speaking of new vehicles, we've got Wendy Cleary out here in lane 1. About the second or third time I think Wendy's ever driven the car. I don't think she's ever had a full power pass in it yet, so this will be interesting. Husband Michael's old car used to be a blown small block in the Chimera. It's got the injected small block, LS small block under the frame rails of the Chimera. Her opponent, Robert Cardham from Noble Park. You've just witnessed his 2 daughters out here in Junior Dragster. Now it's time for Dad to get the XE Falcon out there and show the girls what he can do. Wonder if he'll have as good a reaction as the girls. So a bit of bragging rights here in this family, the Cardham family, who can out-react whom. So Wendy Cleary in lane 1, Robert Cardham in lane 2. That'll give her, get her going, something to think about. Robert Cardham runs 5.81 at 119 mile an hour to Wendy Cleary's 7.8 at 69 miles an hour. So yeah, a bit loose there for Wendy. I'd say on the gear change, she's got a bit loose. So that would have opened her eyes up a bit. Obviously they'll take that back and get a few things sorted. Okay, now here we go. This is something interesting. Talk about family bragging rights. Here's father and son. We've got son Matthew Gay. Matthew Gay out here in lane 1 at 500. Plus something moving his big block into the frame rails of the Ute. And his father, Dad, has got the VC Commodore. It's a small block. It's got 364 cubic inch Holden powered motor under the VC Valiant and VC Commodore's bonnet. So father and son. Son Matthew in the Ute in lane 1. Dad Andrew in lane 2, the sedan. So definite bragging rights here. Who can have the best reaction? That's where the main bragging rights will be, because obviously Matthew with the bigger cubes should outrun Dad here. But the all-important bragging rights will be who can out-react whom. You'll notice Matthew's car's got the odd door on the driver's side. Apparently he had one blow off. Doing some testing out there and left it. Goes through and runs 6.2 at 113 mile an hour to lane 2's 6.9 at 97 miles an hour. Okay, we've got Greg Hollard out here in lane 2 with the 1 tonner. Greg is a Portland stalwart. Has done various jobs around the place. I think he used to sit up here in the box and do exactly this job I'm doing now. Seems to be enjoying his racing so much so that he hasn't got time to work on the PA anymore. So I don't blame him. I'd rather be out there racing too. So Greg Dutchy Hollard, 350 Chev under the bonnet of the Holden HQ 1 tonner. Imagine this car will be somewhere in the 6s. Being super street. May 7-1 at 95 miles an hour. Right, our next competitor coming around here. Looks like Fitzy, is it? Beautiful LJ Tirana. Just talking about paint jobs, well, this thing is just... Okay, Jeff Fitzgerald out here in lane 1. 434 cubic inch Chev. Beautiful, absolute stunning LJ Tirana. Previous best of 541 at 127 miles an hour. Jeff Fitzgerald has worked many jobs over here at South Coast Raceway. I think he was the treasurer at one stage. He was involved in the early days of the track. It's great to see him out here now racing. I think in the early days he used to have a Monaro HK, HTG type vehicle. He's had this thing built in the meantime. It's absolutely beautiful LJ. Yeah, just shuts down, gets a bit loose there and shut it off about half track. Runs 6.63 at only 72 miles an hour. Obviously getting a bit loose there. I think he just got out of it about half track. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, just like to say a special thank you again to Reece Plumbing, who had to come out and do some work on the barbecue hut. We had a bit of an incident there last night at the burnout meeting, but obviously they've got it all up and running again. So big thank you to Reece Plumbing for coming out at short notice and doing some repair work to the barbecue hut. So thank you, Reece Plumbing. So that barbecue hut is running. So highly recommend the steak sanders. Beautiful. Okay, we got Ricky Smith out there, Monaro. 616 cubic inches of big block under the bonnet of that Monaro. Ricky Smith from all the way from Tirandara, which is about 15 minutes drive out the road. Down on the coast there, or not quite on the coast. So Ricky Smith's previous best in this vehicle has been 4.53 at 138 miles an hour. Gets out nice and goes through and records a time of 5.32 at 132 miles an hour. Car stayed pretty straight, didn't look like it got too loose. Although I wasn't watching too closely as it going through the finish line. That's where you generally detect a bit of a wiggle if they're starting to overpower the track. Gets a bit loose in the top end. Okay, we got beautiful XT Melbourne out here, Robert Dando, Melbourne. 618 cubic inch big block under the frame rails, the XT Falcon. Previous best of 5.49 at 126 miles an hour. And while I got this break, could I get the street cars to the staging lanes, please? All the street cars to the staging lanes. If you may, ladies and gentlemen, street cars to the staging lanes. So Darren Dando from Melbourne in lane 1 in the XT Falcon. Looks like it's got some beautiful paint on that Falcon as well. we're doing a solo pass here. 618 cubic inch big block. Previous best of 549 at 126 miles an hour. So yeah, turn the tyres on there, major revs off the line, shuts it down. So he just lost it, so there's no point pushing out the back door. So yeah, still a little bit loose with things with higher horsepower. They're starting to test out the traction a bit. A little bit of smoke coming out of the XT up there at the in the braking area there now. So they might have to have a quick check of the track just to see there's nothing on there maybe. So we'll just wait for to get the okay from the officials. So once again, all the street cars in the streetcar class, you can come to the the staging lanes, please. All the street cars to the staging lanes. So welcome everyone to South Coast Raceway today. Beautiful day. You couldn't have asked for a more perfect day. Slight headwind coming down the track, which will just keep the edge off the heat. Keep it just nice and pleasant for your viewing pleasure. The staff here have done a beautiful job of prepping the track. The facility looks a picture as normal. They do a fantastic job, all the volunteers over here. So it's a credit to South Coast Raceway, the club, for prepping this track and getting it up to standard. Always looks a picture and is one of the best looking little eighth miles in the country. I've been to a few of them, and so I can say without question that is the case. Just looks a picture. So thanks for coming out nice and early, supporting South Coast Raceway and all the races today. This $2,000 winner-take-all streetcar bracket that we're running. Had to go for a cruise, had to meet a few criteria to race in that bracket. Had to be a registered road-going streeter. To prove that, they had to go for a cruise into town. Don't know how many Ks it was, but it would have been several Ks. So they had to qualify for that, not break down, and get back here under their own steam. So it's a great initiative of South Coast Raceway to offer that class and that amount of money to street-type vehicles. So a great initiative by South Coast Raceway. So we're just having a little break here just to check the track, make sure it's all go and safe to race, because safety is paramount at this raceway. There, it looks like they're all happy, maybe. Oh, there must be a bit of oil down there. I'd see some kitty litter going in. So that'd be in lane 1. So it looks like we're going to have a bit of a clean up, ladies and gentlemen. So if we can, now's the time to get something to eat, do a loo break, whatever. Because it looks like we're going to have a little break for a while, just while they clean that oil up in the braking area. Hopefully there's not too much down there. Doesn't seem to be a hell of a lot of urgency. So there must not be a real lot of it down there, but it is paramount that we clean up that spillage, because safety is paramount. We're all about safety. So I might try and get a little drink while this is happening, because I'm starting to run a little bit dry myself. So I'll be back shortly. Thanks everyone. Just keep, don't go too far. We'll be back shortly. Thank you.
I'll be back. Only one's crossed the beam. Yeah. The button won't work. There's only one past stage.
Yeah. Because you've had to roll the second one out.
Yeah, the option of add cheese, but that one.
Where was that barbecue hut or the main?
Yeah. Tricking you to believe there's a car in it.
Exactly.
I'll be back in 10.
No worries, mate.
It's about a minute, isn't it?
There's water.
Oh, you got water?
Yeah, there's
tons of
bottled
water.
water in the fridge.
Oh, is that
Take
you?
that one.
Oh, shit, right. Thank you.
See, mate, you're not leaving.
No,
You're not
You're not
getting
allowed
out
to
of
go
here.
for a
I
walk.
just thought I'd go for a walk and then.
Yeah,
Nah.
go for a walk. Go
No,
sit.
you're not allowed
Get
to.
ready to get outside for a
No.
while.
As
Get
soon
some
as you get
sunshine.
halfway
No.
across, we're going to call you
I'll
back.
sit on my ass. I like that idea.
Get back in your chair.
It's all going through.
What would you do though? You've got two cars lined up, they both launch, but something happens and he won't finish the run. He stops halfway
Then
down.
what you do is, anyone on a bike or on a car, just run it through.
Just to trigger the
At
fence.
the end or after 90 seconds of the time out. And it'll just, that lane will automatically get timed out after 90 seconds.
Given you're probably pushing a car out of the lane, it's going to take 90 seconds anyway.
Yeah, but if the car stopped here and you're way down there, you can just get something, you just run down, come back, and it just triggers the finish.
Yeah.
Get going, but otherwise that's
That's
way
yours.
Yeah.
Better read it. Otherwise I'll be in trouble when
This is
you
what happens when you hit this.
launch it out the window, birth away.
There you get your
Lights
lights.
go, yep.
That just tells the starter. And that's a good one too, if they're sitting up here and the
Something's
person,
wrong.
Something's not right and they're confused and there's something not going on here, hit the panic button, turns the lights on, and then stops it from people coming out. And the guy starting knows straight away is a problem.
Yep.
Actually kind of easy to understand.
Here comes your
We've
water.
seen
It's
that
just so
actually
much
run.
to get in your head and then once it's in there it's all
Well,
good.
I've
You
seen
ask
it
for water.
run.
They're bringing the water around now.
I reckon
That's the
I've got
third
this
time.
down pat just by watching. Yeah. That's
Is that
been
mine?
watching. It's the.
Oh, that's fine. I think mine get out for a bit.
Snake.
Where's that?
Snake.
Oh, sure. Red one. Thank you.
Dessert.
No. Oh, God.
What did you get?
Cheers for gravy. I had no burgers there this time.
I had one. I had a city burger.
No, they had the pulled pork one. That was the go.
Oh, at the
Didn't realise that was an option.
I didn't either.
Yeah, last race, mate, and they had pulled pork burgers and everything like that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh.
At the barbie, at the
At the main bloody canteen.
the butchers had the stand, didn't they?
No, it was coming out of the canteen.
I remember the butchers had something with pulled beef and
Yeah, the nachos.
yeah,
That was good shit.
yeah. Problem is, by the time we get to go over there, it's all gone.
What's over at I didn't even check what's at the
Rotary. Still like it.
coffees.
Coffees and then the Dutch whitewood things.
I do see them. Those profiterole things. Yeah.
Let's put mine on. Yeah. Okay, so that's where we start talking about Sophie.
Name wasn't safe for last night.
Nope.
Found somebody else over on there.
Stop bagging out my Tinder.
Oh, I enjoy it. That's what I got home last night. I said, oh, it's so good listening to all the dating stuff and all that. It makes me feel young again.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to South Coast Raceway. Welcome out here today. Just a picture perfect day. We've got a little bit of a clean up going up down the other end there at the moment. So perfect opportunity to hit the canteen, get something to eat. The barbecue hut's up and running. Boys have been eating chips and gravy here in the box and just been smelling absolutely beautiful. So welcome today. Perfect day for racing. All the volunteers, the track officials, doing a fantastic job. Our Andra staff, Andra officials, Doug and Bill out there. Thank you for coming down and officiating at the proceedings today. So it's just such a magnificent facility, this South Coast Raceway, one of the best little 8-mile tracks in the country.
One of it is the best.
So yeah, welcome here today. You're going to be in for a great day's racing. Just big announcement last weekend. If you're up with the media and so forth, the announcement of the Bend, new facility getting built over at Tailem Bend. which is only probably 4 or 5 hours from here. Sam Shahane, the owner of the facility over there, is pumping big money into it, and they've had a government grant for some assistance there to build a world-class quarter mile. The facility will be similar to the Sydney Dragway.
30 mil.
It'd be similar to the Sydney Dragway and Kawana. If you've ever been to any of those facilities, you will know what I'm talking about. They are coliseums, what would you call, stadium type of events, facilities, fully enclosed. You drive through a tunnel to get onto the track. When you're in the pits, because of the big mounds, you hardly hear anything that's on the track, apart from Top Fuel, of course. You will hear that anywhere, though. But the facilities like that, and to have another one, especially in the southern half of Australia, will be absolutely phenomenal. It's something the southern half of Australia has been calling out for years and years, to be able to have that track up and running, which they promise there'll be events there by November, December this year. To have that facility of that standard within a few hours travel will be absolutely fantastic. And you watch the level of racing go through the roof in the southern half of Australia when that facility is up and running. I go away racing a fair bit to Queensland and Sydney, to those events where those major tracks are, and it is phenomenal, the crowds that people get. So whatever side of the fence you're on as far as the politics of the sport go, it doesn't matter. I'm in it for everyone. So I just like to see a new facility up and running, and to have that within basically a stone's throw from this track is something phenomenal. Like I say, the standard of racing will go through the roof, which is just a plus. And to actually have Top Fuel, if you've never seen Top Fuel or Nitro Funny Cars or Top Bike even racing, you haven't lived, ladies and gentlemen. And we are so lucky today to be able to have a Top Fuel vehicle here. I see Corey Buttigie is over there in the pits with his Nitro Harley, running nitro methane, an injected Harley-Davidson based engine. And he's going to be doing some shakedown passes on that fuel bike out here at some stage through the day. It was absolutely great. I was over there before and he started it, and I thought, wow, it's great to actually smell nitro again. It's been a few months since I've smelt nitro, so it's great to have Corey and his team out here testing that new fuel Harley. So that will be an experience. If you've never heard or seen a fuel motor, that will be an experience for you. So to have, and getting back to the facility, back over there at Tailem Bend, to have Sam invest that money and the government tip in, I think the facility is $30 million plus. And to be able to have that facility up and running, to be able to have international type level racing, have your Group 1 racing over there, will be fantastic. Anyone who's ever been involved with a Group 1 team, you know that level of racing is just phenomenal, and the effort and work that goes into having a Group 1 vehicle is just phenomenal. It is a team effort. No one can do it by themselves. It takes a major team and support to be able to have vehicles at that level. So that is a big plus for southern half of Australia, to have a facility like that is going to be at that level and standard in our backyard. So just great. Hats off to Sam Shahane and his family over there that own the Bend Raceway. So hats off to them for investing in that, and to help us racers, us supporters, us spectators view racing at the top level. There will be international people. There will be people come out from Europe and America to race at that facility. A mate of mine over in the States who runs a fuel inline bike over there, you may have heard of him. His name is Mitch Brown. He is mad keen to bring his fuel inline bike out here to Australia. He's saying, you guys in Australia had better run a 5. Now that's his accent coming out. I love speaking his accent. It's just great. And he says, get out there, run a 5, otherwise I'll have to bring my fuel bike out here and do it. Our major sponsor, who sponsors the team that I'm involved with, who tips money into Mitch's bike, he said to me, come on Australia, someone out here run a 5. We don't want an American to be the first one to run a 5 with the fuel bikes. So even our sponsor is encouraging the rest of the fuel bike guys to run a 5 before Mr. Brown brings his bike out here. So just some of the things that are going on behind the scenes in racing. So it's just great to be involved at that level. I'm still pinching myself that I'm involved at that level. To go away and race in Group 1 is something everyone would like to be able to do at some stage in their life. It's not for everyone. The money that is involved to race that level is just unbelievable. So you have to have great sponsorship and great support. But even at this level we race here, Groups 2, 3 and 4, just takes a phenomenal effort to get a race vehicle down the track, whether it's a car, whether it's a bike, whether it's an open-wheeled vehicle, it doesn't matter, whether it's a junior dragster. And you'll see a lot of the teams out here are family-based, and that's how our sport operates, especially at this sportsman level of racing, family-based. Get the kids out there. That's what we're about, the future of the sport. That's what we'll support. So it looks like we've got the clean-up done. Looks like we're getting some action back out here again. So here Mr. Tim Parker firing up the XY, big block forward. I see Tim has sold up, moving house. Looks like he's going to be putting the car in the trailer and heading over to Perth in Western Australia. So we wish Tim all the best for that new endeavour in his life. And I'd say he'll be running this car over at Kawana drag strip on the quarter mile. So that'll be a great another vehicle to have over there, because the standard of racing in Perth is phenomenal. If you've never been over there, get yourself over. It's worth a plane trip. So Tim's be taking his XY over there. It'll be good luck for Perth, bad luck for South Coast Raceway to lose a car of this calibre. So XY Falcon, I haven't got the info up here on my screen what sort of cubes it is, but I think it's a 500 and something plus cubic inch big block Ford under the frame rails. Bit of a hesitation off the line there, and shuts it down. Got a few issues going on. Bit of a smoke, and looks like we've got some fluid out on the track, so something's come off it, so it'll be another clean up, I would imagine, folks. That's the way it goes. You win some, you lose some. So if you've just pulled up your seat after the clean up, well, you can go for another walk again, have a bit of a look through the pits, go and check some of these vehicles out, because this will be a bit of a major clean up, because it's actually on the racing surface. Looks like there's a fair amount of fluid on the track out there. Unfortunate for Tim, unfortunate for us. So it'll be a little bit of a break again till we get this mess cleaned up. So yeah, just like to thank you all again for coming out and supporting South Coast Raceway. Just a reminder that I think it's in 2 weeks' time we have the Wild Bunch meeting out here. I'm pretty sure it's 2 weeks' time, but we will check that. So that will be an absolutely phenomenal event. To have a field of blown sedans, blown door slammers. Wild Bunch is the class that started off top door slammer. So it's racing by the seat of your pants. So that will be a great event. If you've got someone who's been thinking of coming over here but saving it for a major event, that will be a major one. So I'd encourage people to come over here, spread the word. All you spectators out there today, bring your mates. Any first timers, that will be a fantastic event to bring a first timer to. So just keep that one in mind. We had a big burnout meeting here last night. I've been talking to a few people and they said it was a fantastic event. We had a great crowd, plenty of competitors, and there was plenty of smoke. By the look of the pad over here, I can see a lot of rubber on that pad, so obviously there was some tyres absolutely melted out there. So I wasn't here for that, but congratulations to Portland for running the burnout meetings. As they do the special class today, our $2,000 winner-take-all street meet. Open for street registered type vehicles that had to do a bit of a cruise earlier this morning to qualify for that bracket. So that is a very interesting class, and that will be very tight because I know a few of the guys out there racing and they want that money. They're here for the money. So that will be a full-on, very super competitive bracket. You will see the reactions really sharp in that class because there's some guys there who are really on the money. I've seen these fellas race over the years. I'm involved with the Warrnambool Club over there, and every now and then we'll hold an off-street meeting on the aerodrome, and a lot of the guys in this streetcar class today are regular racers over at Warrnambool, and when they get going, their reactions are as good as anyone in the country. So a lot of people get surprised. They come down here from Melbourne, the big towns, and thought, oh, this is a bush track. We'll come out here and clean up. But a lot of people go, wow, the standard of racing here at South Coast Raceway is through the roof. There's a lot of guys out there been racing for a lot of years now, guys, girls and kids that have been racing for a lot of years now around this area, and a lot of people that are new to the area to come down and see the quality of race vehicles and races around this part of the country. They're blown away by it. They're blown away by the track to start with because it's such, like I say, it's one of the best little 8th mile tracks in the country without a doubt. The shade, the facility, the green grass, the spectator pits, it's just beautiful here. The facilities, the food, the catering, the friendly people that are just working, the track staff, it just adds to it all. It's like a big family. Everyone helps each other and looks after their back. You can see out there on the start line now, the officials down on hands and knees, the non-officials, the racers out there. There's a couple of racers I can see. So it's just great to see everyone pitching in and help because we've come here to see racing. That's what we want to see. So the sooner we can get the clean-up done, the sooner we can get back to racing. So it's great to see so many people out there bending their backs, putting in, doing the hard yards. So that's what it's all about. They're the people out there, the people that get no recognition. They're just sort of behind the scenes. You don't see their names. So it's just great to see and give these people out on the track some recognition. If you see them people walking around the facility, just walk up to them and say, thanks for your effort today. Fantastic. So it just gives some encouragement, it gives feedback to everyone. We love getting a bit of feedback, what we're doing wrong, what we're doing right. There's people that soon judge, oh, they should have been doing this and should have been doing that. So let us know, what should we be doing? How can we improve? That's what we want to know. We want feedback. So it's constructive feedback is what we want to hear. We don't want people abusing people or anything like that. So give us constructive criticism on what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong. And that will add to it and help you to make this a better facility and to help the racers enjoy their time here, as well as the spectators, the viewing public, you people up on the hill. We thank you for coming out, supporting us today. We want to put on the best show we possibly can. So these people out on the track that are doing that, the people in the barbecue huts and the officials, everyone that will help out this raceway. So if you see them walking around and you're here for the first time or whatever, let them know. Tell them how you feel. We want feedback, whether it's good, whether it's bad. If it's bad, we want to be able to improve it and better it to better the standard, better everything. So just keep that in mind. Let our officials know. So just enjoy yourselves while you're here. There's plenty of food. I think there'll be merchandise, South Coast Raceway merchandise. I think that's up in the barbecue hut. It's in the bar, sorry. And I see the bar is open there now. There is a wet area over there, so we'd like you to have a drink if you feel like, but stay in that wet area. That's what it's for. So just follow a few little rules we have around the place. So just help us out by helping yourself. So just enjoy yourself while you're here. Plenty of food, plenty of drinks. The sun is out, so just be aware of that. Keep your hat on. If you're out in the sun all day, a bit of sunscreen, like it's not overly hot, but you still will get burnt. So just encourage you to slip, slop, slap, especially the kids. You've got kids running around, make sure they're right. So we want everyone to have a good time, enjoy their time at the track and not go home feeling sick or anything like that. So slip, slop, slap, wear a hat, keep hydrated, keep the fluids up, keep supporting the club, buy us some merchandise, go around, have a look around the pits, tell the racers what you think of their vehicles, if you like it, if you don't like it. I'm sure that people are up for constructive criticism, as long as it's constructive and you're not, being nasty about it. People want to improve, and if you've got a suggestion, people want to hear that. So just let everyone know how you feel, and perhaps we can improve it, make for a better show next time. Next time is the Wild Bunch meeting. A couple of weeks' time, that's going to be fantastic. If you like supercharged vehicles, you will love this meeting. It's a bit of a hark back to the old Slamfest days. If any of you witnessed those days when the likes of the Bray, Team Bray Racing, Peter Kapiris, John Zappia, all those names have raced on this track. So the Wild Bunch meeting will be a hark back to those days. If you like those shows, you will love the Wild Bunch show in about 2 weeks' time. So I'd encourage everyone to get out there, bring your mates, anyone's first timing, bring them. They'll be blown away. If someone's thinking about coming, drag them out here, because they will be amazed what goes on, what can happen, how close you can get, the viewing, how you can actually walk through the pits and watch the people working on vehicles. No other motorsport has that. You cannot go to a Formula 1 race meeting and walk through the pits unless you have got special permission. You cannot go to a touring car race and walk through the pits unless you've got special permission. Same with the speedway. All other motorsports are like that. Drag racing is unique, where you can go through the pits. You can watch people work on their vehicles between rounds. Especially at the Group 1 level, you can actually see motors being pulled apart, back out on the track within 3/4 of an hour. They're the things you can view at a race meeting, at a drag race meeting. So it's unique to the sport. So encourage people to come along. Next 2 weeks' time, the Wild Bunch meeting for the supercharged door slammers, that will be a cracker. Put that in the catalogue, in the calendar for sure. Yes, Saturday, March the 15th is the official day for the 5th, March the 5th, and the opening salvo kicks off at 10 a.m. So the 5th of March, Saturday, Wild Bunch Wars. Keep that in your calendar. All right, well, I think you've heard you'd be getting sick of my voice at the moment, so I'll just sign off for a little bit here, and we'll, just while the clean-up's going on, we'll be back shortly. Thank you.
Only if anyone in the plane container for him.
Hi. He brought the two girls at the bottom each other. Hello. Hi. It'd be better when they can take it on the track against each other rather than literally. This is our little heart. Hello. I'm Natalie. Just her like any other time. It's okay. Would you like a snake? Look. Any colour you like. This is Natalie. Michael, you didn't get a photo of my girl's fighter before, did you? It was an epic blue and it was fighting. Who was fighting?
Did they leave good marks?
So when we had our Warragul event last weekend, I've got 9 kids at the crèche, and we're all the ones with cars.
Little girl, kids mom a little bit.
And the girls were punching each other.
Oh my god.
That is no
You're like a puppy dog. Are you a puppy dog or a pussy cat? They both bite.
What's your favourite animal, Miss?
A cheetah. My favourite's a woman.
I like mice. Thank you. Yeah, last weekend at work, we set up our lights and we just tried to do sprints with them. Because we couldn't get any of this to work for ours. So that's the announcer one.
That's what I said on the way over here. They were all on their knees. I'm like, that's all it takes to get men on their knees.
Put a bit of oil on the ground and you just
Look at her all.
Yeah, I have to take a photo. I thought, oh my god, I've never seen somebody make clean. Throw a bit of dust on the truck and it'll all disappear.
So that's a announcement, and then these run
Yeah, this one's sort of all set up. That's where we enter races and everything. And this is the one where we enter in the car numbers over here. And then it comes over here. The driver and the details. Their run. And I press that button and it starts the rounds.
Oh, so yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they do that out there as well, but I've got to press it in here. Yeah.
These the toddling one out there.
Yeah.
So most of your stuff.
Yeah, that's all. There. Most of them nowadays enter it online, so it's all very much done for us. And then you'll get like other ones that are from the gate.
How long does it take to do the bank runs?
Well, not long, really. It just depends on how.
Come on, I've heard what you do, mate. My
But
cousin speaks
as
to
you
my
can see, like the majority of them will start just for the sort of check. That's it. That's your money to take. Hopefully we got the numbers right. Sometimes I type it in wrong and then it comes up like the no name. The car number will come up with no name. And that's where I think, oh, so that's why I write it in.
And do you have to stop everything to be able to edit it?
That can be. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Apparently I don't
We've
work.
got the most space in the first place.
We've got one that's different, outskirts of different street. So,
Yeah, and instead of this, we've got
oh, okay.
Hey, you get my
Hard drives.
There you are.
this is nice to set up a marquee, which rings the blow over and just, the wind picks up, everyone has to hold something to stop it blowing across the roadway.
It's not like being here when it gets too hot, shut the door. I'm just sitting there. Watch is all out there doing the action. I like watching the little ones go.
I know, how good is it watching Dragonfly with Stress and shit?
Yeah.
Keep saying, Eric, want to get a dragster?
Yeah.
So yeah, Mark, we do Tuesday, 16, 17.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, that's good.
Been through their classes to satisfaction. Solo.
There you go, mate. Eddie.
Harry is school bus driver.
Okay.
Because that would be some good experience going head to head with that.
Yeah.
We're out there.
prove to the people that
Yeah, let us know. Give us a list of everything, so.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
So like basically I reckon when you see this tractor get pulled away.
Yeah, when you see it's coming off.
Yeah, when you see them coming off.
Where's he going here?
Yeah, he goes in straight away. You know what I liked watching last night, the drags finish. Guys off the track front. Yeah. Yeah. It reminded me of Pretty Woman when they're at their stop on the double. Whatever they call it. Yeah. Stopping in the
Internationals presentations, they call the stage up, walking on the stage, track.
Oh, okay.
Whole crowd,
Yeah.
spectators, everyone along the track.
Yeah.
Presentations, that's great. Standing there, listening to stuff. So people go, yeah, shoe behind. Oh, yeah. And the big crowds and the winters and that.
When you're around it long enough, you know to expect it.
I think probably is double.
All the young ones, all in the 20s.
Yeah, I'd say so. They're all
We can hear it from you coming out.
That's a
Come have a look and I'm like, oh, I'm so tired. We're still
Friday
tired from
night
last week.
entertainment.
Yeah.
Hands and burns. That's real drugs.
Hey, girls, cut it out. This is going to end in a fight. I'm waiting to get
money's on the little one.
because of that. Strong. Very strong. Oh, she's tough. She's tough. She's not far off helping me push the cars back in. Remember moving cars around. She'll run away to the street. Come on, just stand there watching. Okay, stop. Move. Come on, mirror, hop out. We need that chair. Hop out. You can sit down here. Pick up your earphones because we might have to put them on this one. Pick up your earphones because we might have to put them on. Mary, you can sit in the chair. Okay, this after Bruno. They're delicious. We're breaking the rules, wondering why I don't have one.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're not too far from getting going. Looks like we're going to have a couple of laps with the sprayer, and we will be back into it. So once again, thank you to all those volunteers who are out in the track. There was an army out there. We needed an army to get that clean up done. It was a pretty big one. So thank all the people that went out there to help with the clean-up. That's what we sort of need to get back and running again, provide entertainment for you on the hill. So thank you all those people that went out on the track and helped that clean-up. I'm sure it won't be the last one. Hopefully it's the last one today though. So just do a few passes with the sprayer and then we'll be back into it. So not long now, folks. But just no, crook. Yeah, just a quick reminder again, ladies and gentlemen, the next meeting at South Coast Raceway is the Wild Bunch Wars, which is on Saturday, March the 5th. So I'd encourage anyone who has never seen blown sedans or a Wild Bunch meeting to come out and have a look at this one, because this will be a very good meeting. It sort of harks back to the days of Slam Fest, if you've been out here and that was on. Sort of harks back to those days where you get full field of supercharged door slammers. So keep that in mind. Saturday, March the 5th, kicking off at 10 a.m. Also, we'd like to big special thanks today for Reese Plumbing. Reese come out at short notice and helped fix up the barbecue hut. Had a bit of an incident there last night, so they come out at short notice to fix that and get that barbecue hut up and running. So a big thank you and shout out to Reese Plumbing for that one. Thank you to all the spectators for coming today and viewing at a beautiful day, at a beautiful track, this event, the Streetcar Challenge event. Streetcar Challenge class worth $2,000 for winner take all. You had to qualify, you had to, for that you had to do a bit of a cruise this morning with your road registered vehicle, then bring it back out here and actually race, compete to win the class, to win the $2,000. So that's a great initiative by South Coast Raceway. Encourage people to bring their streetcars out and have a bit of a go. You don't need the fastest vehicle on the planet, but it teaches you to be consistent, and consistency is what wins races. Consistency at both ends of the track, because most of the classes today will be dial your own type classes. So I'm talking about consistently leaving the line with a good reaction and consistently close to your dial in at the other end of the track. If you can if you can master those two things, you will go round. You don't have to be the fastest, you don't have to be the slowest, but if you're the most consistent, you will win race meetings. That's what it's all about. Consistency wins. So we're not too far away. The sprayer's going up and down the track now, so we shouldn't be too far away. Got a nice field of vehicles here entered this weekend, cars and motorcycles. So we've got some top sportsman cars in the staging lanes. I see an electric Tesla in there, and that got down the track very swiftly. Also, I see Scott Buttigie over there in his nitro-fueled Harley doing some test passes. Probably won't do full powered passes, I wouldn't imagine. They'll just be 60 foot, maybe a half track. Corey's just getting his head round this nitro bike, him and his team, so they just need seat time basically to get this thing down the track, understand the workings of it and the tuning. So thank you Corey, for bringing the Nitro bike out to South Coast Raceway today. Hopefully there's enough traction there for you. Corey going out there now, just going to have a bit of a look at the track and see how it's coming up after it's been sprayed. Safety first is what we want. We need the best conditions, especially to get these high horsepowered vehicles down the track. Everything's got to be right, and if the track's a bit loose, you might as well not even bother. So yeah, just don't go anywhere. When Corey brings the Harley out, you will be in for a treat with that one. If you've never seen a nitro powered vehicle, you will be in awe of this thing. Just the sight, the smell, just the basic noise of it. Just about doubles the horsepower of a normally aspirated engine when you tip nitro fuel into it. So yeah, so there's plenty to keep you entertained here today. Nice big fields, beautiful weather. You just couldn't have asked for a better day. The track's coming around, it'll get better as the day goes on. So if it's a little bit loose now, it'll only get better, like I say, as the day goes on. So we're not too far away from having the action start up again. So we'll be back shortly when we're ready to fire up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we're nearly ready to start again. Just got the thumbs up from all the officials there. Track looks good. Sportsman by the look of it. Haven't got the info up here at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, so I can't tell you who this competitor is. No screen. Perhaps if Scott Cleary's around. Thanks, Scott. I'm computer illiterate, so I've got no idea how these screens work. All I can do is read what's on there. I don't know anything about mice or anything like that. So, okay, Dave Foster out here in lane 1 from Murray Bridge in the 57 Chev. Dave Foster's previous best has been 5:18 at 140 miles an hour. Being ably assisted out there by, it looks like, Mr. Bob Sherry with the top hat. Bit of a legend of the sport. So Dave's getting some very good guidance out there. So we'll just see how this traction is out here for these high horsepower vehicles. Beautiful. No traction at all. You've got to turn the tyre straight on the head. Some issues out there. So now the team will go away, make some adjustments, obviously. Next competitor in the Camaro, I've got no info yet, actually, so Sam Cardinal, I've just been informed. So it is Camaro. I don't know whether Sam, I don't know where he's from. So Sam Cardinal out here in lane 1, the Camaro. Top sportsman type of vehicle. Sounds like big block. That deep throaty note. Okay, Sam just rolling the car up into stage. We'll just see how he goes. See what this traction's like out there on the start line. See if he can get the car to hook up. Got out of it. A 0.227 reaction. All right. Nitro-fueled action. Next up, ladies and gentlemen. If you've never heard, seen or smelt nitro, you will be in for a bit of a treat. Corey Buddige, former pro stock motorcycle rider, stepping up to top fuel motorcycle. Has the injected nitro Harley. Relatively new bike. He's getting his head around it. Just doing some test passing, shakedown passes, trying to learn how to get this bike down the track. You just don't jump on these things and ride them down the track. They take a lot of work behind the scenes, a lot of work in front of the scenes. High horsepower, everything happens so quick. They will start the bike. You can't be on the bike when you start it with the Harleys. You've got to be off to the side, just in case a head lets go. And if it lets go, it goes right into your chest. So that's why they start them when there's no rider on the bike. Okay, top fuel motorcycle, top fuel Harley. You have to go interstate to see these things, ladies and gentlemen. Corey Buddige, former pro stock motorcycle rider, stepping up to top fuel. Do a short, sharp little burnout, and they'll bring the bike into stage, then they'll put the bike on the high side. It creates a completely different note when they do that. They does a burnout with the bike set up fairly lazy, what we call lazy. Just before he goes into stage, they'll set him on the high side. Mr. Casser out there giving a hand. All the officials just checking to see if nothing's leaking out of it before they send him. Gets out of it. Does a 0.68 reaction time. Runs 7.0 at only 58 miles an hour. 114 to the 60 foot. So that's getting out there. That's nearly getting back to the pro bike 60 foot times. They are. So he's going the right way with it. I'm sure he'll be back out again. So that was a nitro Harley, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure people can smell the nitro in the air at the moment after that going down the track. Has a unique smell. Okay, moving back into our, looks like our streetcar class, maybe. Our electric powered Tesla out here, Brendan Carr from Bushville. Brendan does normally run an LH Tirana out here with a blown motor in it, but obviously at this street meet he'll decide to bring the Tesla out for a bit of a spin. As they go pretty quick, these things. I think he ran in the low 7s. First time out in it. His opponent is Nicholas Kranovic. Kranovic from St Agnews in South Australia. It's a 340 Chrysler in the Plymouth Barracuda in lane 2. And the Tesla is running an electric motor. This is the future, apparently, ladies and gentlemen, electric cars. We'll take the win here. Goes through McCord's a 7.2 at 93 miles an hour to lane 2's 7.5, 90 miles an hour. So pretty quick, them things, them Teslas. That'd be straight out of the box too, straight off the shelf as to speak. I don't think there'd be that many mods you could do to an electric car. Maybe alter the angle of the brushes or something. Do they have brushes? I don't know. I know with slot car electric motors you can do a lot of stuff to them, but you probably can. Like I'm saying, Scott Cleary's saying yes, there is a lot of things you can do. Okay, Andrew Wright, lane 1, Sean O'Callaghan, lane 2. Gets out there and runs 6.94 at 101 to lane 2's 8.83 at 82 miles an hour. Yeah, I know they over there the rush was on to run who was the first 200 electric mile an hour rail, and I think Don Garlitz was in that chase, but he got pipped at the post by a gentleman who ran a 200 mile an hour electric rail. So the electric cars are coming a long way. You're going to see more of them out here in the future. Okay, lane 1. Lane 1, we got Les Waite from Delacombe in the VB wagon. His opponent, Simon Lazaro, in the HQ GDS Monaro here in lane 2. Running a 350 Chev in lane 2. And it says a 454. I don't think it's been nice pass there. HQ goes through to take the win after red lighting. Runs 6.82 at 100 mile an hour. The lane 1's 7.40 at 94 miles an hour. Okay, Chris Tatchell out here in lane 1 for Merbean. Holden Tirana, 355 cubic inch stroked Holden engine. His opponent, David Dobbs O'Brien from Cudgee, just on the east side of Warrnambool. He's running a 3,800cc Buick. So it's a V6 Buick in the Holden Gemini. Previous best has been 8.6 at 82 mile an hour for the Gem. The previous best for the wagon's been 7.4 at 111. I think that's another car that's got registered. Oh no, it's this car, 9.4. 7.8 at 86 mile an hour to David O'Brien's 8.1 at 85 miles per hour. There's a nice little crowd building up here at South Coast Raceway. Thank you for coming out, enjoying today's racing at this $2,000 winner-take-all streetcar challenge meeting with support classes. So thank you all for coming out. Just, you couldn't have picked a better day for it, ladies and gentlemen. The weather is just superb. Plenty of food and drinks down in the canteen and barbecue hut. Okay, Matthew Smart coming around lane 1. He's from Strathalbyn, South Australia, in a little Corolla, running the 202 Holden engine under the bonnet of the Corolla. His opponent is Mr. Gasser, Ash Haley, from Bacchus Marsh, in the wagon. Looks like a 55, 56 Chev wagon by the look of it. Yes, I was pretty impressed with this little Corolla before it got out of the hole and just left the line and just kept on going. So there's a bit of mambo to this 202. Stage run 7:01 at 97 miles an hour to lane 2's 8:85 at 78 mile an hour for Ash Haley. Okay, we got Ronnie Johnson out here in lane 1. Ronnie's from Warrnambool in Victoria. It's a 372 cubic inch Chev under the bonnet of the UC Tirana. Lane 1. His opponent, Wayne Little, from Mount Gambier. It's got an LS1 under the bonnet of the VH Commodore. Ronnie Johnson gets out there with the UC Tirana, goes through, runs 6.65 at 102 to lane 2's 7.49 at 94 miles an hour. We've got Shane McKenna from Warrnambool in the Commodore SS Ute. 346 LS1 under the bonnet of the Ute. His opponent is Matthew Fitzgerald from Hamilton. The Audi. They go through, it's a pretty close race at the end. Lane 1 goes through and records a time of 8.41 at 85 mile an hour to lane 2 7.9. Okay, Michael McClintock from Heathmere, the Ford Falcon XR6 Turbo. His opponent is Justin McClintock from Portland. The Holden Commodore. Lane 1 gets out there nicely. Going to take the win. Runs 9.46, 76. To Justin's losing 9.16 at 83 miles an hour. So big whole shot win there for lane 1. Beautiful little wagon out there, Cortina wagon, Gen 3 Cortina, Mark 3 Cortina. Jamie Ackland from Hamilton in the wagons. Previous best has been a 6.59 at 103. His opponent is Jeremy Martin in the Tirana from Mount Gambier. 330 cubic inch motor in the Tirana. Wagon gets the win from there. Runs 6.60 at 103 on compared to lane 2's 8.03 at 86 mile an hour. Now, this is my favourite car for the meeting out here, ladies and gentlemen, this AP6 Valiant sedan. I had exactly one of these in exactly the same colour. So I sort of got a bit of soft spot for this Valiant out here in lane 2 in Medley. His opponent is Mick Wilson from South Australia in the Volkswagen in lane 1. Yes, the old AP's got the original centre lines on it. Like that. When he goes through there, he's going to take the win. Lane 2 runs 6.70 at 102 mile an hour to lane 1's 8.82 at 78 miles an hour. Okay, we got Jason Edwards out here in lane 1 from Panola in the XE Falcon, 351 powered Ford engine. I don't know whether it's a Cleveland or Windsor, but it's a 351. And his opponent is Gary Hutchins from Hamilton in the HT Brougham, 350 Chev under the bonnet of the Brougham. They were the predecessor to the Statesman, the Brahms were. Through the Brahms going to take the win there. Runs 7.74 at 88 mile an hour to 8.3 at 83 mile an hour. So some of the vehicles being towed back. See Corey over there just checking his time card for the Nitro Harley. So I'd suggest get over there and have a look at that thing, because that is a Group 1 type of vehicle, the Nitro Harley. So get over and check that out when you got a moment. Very impressive vehicle. Okay, Zach Shepherd out here from Portland in lane 1, the LJ Tirana. 3 litre Nissan motor between the frame rails of that Tirana. His opponent is Renee Felke from Adelaide in the HQ. Got no more info on the HQ, what sort of motor's in it. So the previous best by the LJ in lane 1's been a 6.7 at 102. So there's a little bit of a hesitation in the second gear change there for the Tirana, and gets out of it. Runs 8.33 at 58 mile an hour to lane 2's 6.5 miles an hour for the HQ. That's one quick white HQ out there. Okay, lane 1, we've got Drew McRae out here from Melora North in the VF Valiant. His opponent, Garen Heyman from the Wimmera Drag Racing, Off-Street Drag Racing Club. So all the people out there up in the Wimmera that's listening, here's one of your local boys. Previous best been 8.3 at 82 mile an hour for the hatchback. Close drag race. Go through, looks like lane 2 takes the win there, runs 8.31 at 82 mile an hour. He's right on, he's just bettered his previous best there by 100th of a second, so congratulations to lane 2. Okay, Kevin Dark out here from Portland in lane 1, and Pascal Marino in lane 2 from Millicent, the 1-tonner. LC Tirana, previous best time has been a 7.11 at 99 mile an hour. And the previous best for the 1-tonner has been 7.13 at 90 miles an hour. .688 at 102, so there's a PB for lane 1. And a 7.49 for lane 2. So the track's not too bad out there. They're hooking up. There's some PBs starting to happen. So when that happens, you know the track's starting to get good. Andrew Smith from Portland in lane 1, the Holden Ute. Ross Jervis from Yangaree, just out of Warrnambool, lane 2. Lane 1, previous best time, 7.25. Lane 2, his best time is 7.23. Mr. Jervis out here in lane 2 is ultra competitive. Races at the Warrnambool Drags all the time, loves to win. 7-1-5 for Ross Jervis. So that's a PB for Ross, and 7-3-5 for lane 1. So yeah, I'm starting to see more and more PBs coming up. So that means the track's getting good, getting better, more traction. There's Garfield out here in lane 1, Rob Kerr in the Tirana. And his opponent, Rob Cassar. Rob's normally on 2 wheels out here in the nitrous-assisted Kawasaki, generally on 2 wheels. So he's having a go at 4 this time. So Rob Kerr from Portland, Rob Cassar from down near Melbourne Way, Delahaye, actually. Oh, Rob's a big red cherry. Rob Kerr, Garfield goes through and records a time of 7.25 on a previous best of 6.6. Rob Cassar runs 9.2. Okay, lane 1, we've got Neil Millard from Hamilton. The Commodore. And in lane 2, we have Michael Parker from Portland, the VE Commodore. Neil Millard's previous best time has been 8.84. And Michael Parker's best time has been a 8.92. So we'll just see if these guys better their PBs. Just noticed the HQ actually reverse stage there, so any of the officials might be able to just have a word to him. You sort of can't be doing that. Reverse staging is sort of against the rules, so any of the officials need to get out and have a bit of a chat to the lad in the black Commodore that's just gone down there. Okay, Ben Cross in lane 1, Adrian Pitts in lane 2. Ben Cross from Cavendish, the VY Commodore. Previous best has been 8.47. His opponent Adrian Pitts from Portland, the VC Commodore. Previous best of 6.91. Nice reaction there. Looks like lane 1's going to take the win there. Runs 8.34 to 8.78 in lane 2. Okay, David Bunnock out here from Casterton in the hatchback Tirana in lane 1. David Bunnock's previous best time has been 6.90 at 100 miles an hour. Mick Cleary out here in lane 2, Mick from Portland in the Commodore Ute. Previous best time of 8.16. That's Mick's wife out here driving a little Chimera that you'll see come out with injected LS in it a bit later. But now Mick's in the Ute, so he's having a go. Right, we're just waiting for David to come into stage. Both guys are in. Tree comes down. Goes through, runs 7.08 to an 8.2 for lane 2. Okay, Benjamin Harding out here in lane 1 from Rogue, the Nissan Navara. I'd imagine to be a diesel-powered machine. His opponent is Brendan Thomas from Portland, lane 2 in the ute, Falcon ute. So the best PB for the Nissan has been an 11.7 at 58 mile an hour, and for the Ute's been a 10.4. So see if they boys can get these PBs down. There's a 10.4, so he's running right on that, and an 11.3. So lane 1 has definitely bettered his own PB, which was 11.7. He's now run 11.3. Next pairing, Nick Karanovic here in lane 1, St Agnews in South Australia, the Plymouth Barracuda. Barracuda with a previous best of 7.57. His opponent is Jack Phillips from Portland in the XF Falcon 250 Crossflow. Previous best of 9.34 at 74 mile an hour. He goes through and records a time of 7.58 to lane 2's 9.06. Okay, Scott Riley out here in lane 1 in the immaculate XY Falcon, 383 cubic inch motor under the bonnet of the Falcon. Previous best time of 6.70 at 103 mile an hour for the XY. His opponent is Jordan Monaghan from Portland, the VZ Commodore. The Ute's previous best time is 8.91 at 80 miles an hour. Very nice Falcon out there, GS Fairmont XY. And to think I put one of those in the tip years ago. Am I kicking myself now? It's the joys of being old and being around all those years ago. Okay, they get out there, nice reaction. The XY is going to go through and records a 6.93. So that's, no, it's not a PB, but it's close to it. And lane 2 records an 8.75 at 81 miles an hour. So the fields keep coming. Shannon Brooks out here in lane 1 from Melbourne in the HQ Ute. His opponent is Benny Phillips in the immaculate HK Wagon. Yeah, I don't know what size motor's in the HQ, got no info on that. But it's a 307 Chev in the HK Wagon out here in lane 2. Probably remember Benny Phillips' name. He used to run the immaculate C10 Chevy truck a season or two ago. Now he's playing with the wagon. Always has immaculately presented vehicles. Phillips goes through and records a time of 6.69 on a 6.65 previous best, so he's nearly around the mark. Lane 1 goes through and records a time of 8.8. Okay, that brings us on to our next pair. Is a battle for the brothers. Dean Cleary, lane 1, Scott Cleary, lane 2. So this will be a grudge match. Full on. Family ties. This will be bragging rights. Dean Cleary's got a 410 cubic inch Chev under the bonnet of the hatchback, and brother Scott has got a 383 Holden motor in the VL Commodore. So it's obviously a very big stroked Holden engine. Dean's previous best has been 6.5. Scott's previous best. Scott, go through, take the win there after red lighting. Runs 6.70, 104 to Scott's 6.93 at 99. So Dean takes the bragging rights, but that's with a red light. But the red lights don't matter on these qualifying rounds. So now's the time to red light if you're going to do it. You've got to push that tree, push your reaction, get as close as you can to red lighting without actually turning it on. So now's the time to do that during these qualifying rounds. So for when you get to elimination, you've set up and your reactions are nice and sharp and close to that perfect reaction when it comes to eliminations. So we're rolling along here nicely here at South Coast Raceway. We've got the JDs coming out, the future of the sport. This is a place to get the kids, get them into an activity. If they've been thinking of doing some sort of motorsport, whether it's go-karts or dirt bikes, well, these are another alternative. It's a great family sport. Most of these kids out here, their families are here, encouraging, helping them out. So Robert Cardham's got 2 of his daughters racing out here. That's absolutely fantastic to see. Alira Cardham out there in lane 1, Sarah Osborne in lane 2. So it's a battle of the young ladies. Cardham in lane 1, Sarah Osborne lane 2. Lyra Cardham's from Noble Park down to Melbourne. Sarah Osborne's from Langwarrin down the other side of Melbourne. So these 2 teams will be travelling together. They're both in pre-stage. You'll see the top bulbs of the tree lit up. We're just waiting for them to come into full stage. There's 1 in, lane 2's in, lane 1's in, the tree will come down. Oh, fantastic reaction here and hard of no on the tree. And she should go through there and runs 8.05 at 78 mile an hour to lane 2's 7.97 at 81 mile an hour. Great little drag race there for the girls in the JDs. Now, next pairing of JDs comes around. We've got Shantaya Cardham in lane 1 and Cody Bray in lane 2 from Altona in Victoria. He's the only boy amongst all the girls. Immaculately presented vehicles, these JDs. Some credit to the kids and the parents. The future of the sport. And Shantaya getting some instructions there from Dad on the start line. As does Cody Bray. Getting these vehicles into the beams. It's up to the kids now. They'll pull the pre-stage bulb on. Cody will just wait for Shantaya to come in. She goes right in straight away. Now Cody's in. Yeah, great reaction from lane 204 and through lane 2. 8.63 to lane 1's 12.6. All right, looks like Mud Bike coming around now. All right, just waiting for the info to come up for the bikes. It's moving on to modified bike now. Okay, Dean Jameson from Casterton in lane 1, the Kawasaki 900 in lane 1. His opponent, Nathaniel McKay from Ross Creek, the 1428 Suzuki Katana. Purpose-built drag bike here in lane 2, based on Suzuki Katana. Big CC, 14. Dean Jamison previously ran about, I think it was a low 701 or something. Previous past, his best has been a 688. Lane 2, Nathaniel McKay. I think he ran about 5.5 on the Katana in lane 2 the previous round. But his previous best has been a 5.43 at 122 miles an hour. So he was pretty close to that. I think he ran 120 miles an hour his previous pass. So we'll just see he goes in lane 2 this time out. Pulled him back. Runs 5.64 for lane 2 at 121. So he's right on his mile an hour there. To lane 1's 6.75 on a previous best of 6.7, I believe, so he's right there too. So both those competitors are right on their previous best times. Okay, here comes Mr. Gavin Don't. Suzuki B-King 1340, supercharged Kawasaki. No wheelie bar, big swing arm, smallish slick. These things are a handful. Previous best time has been 5.24 at 141 miles an hour over the 8th, ladies and gentlemen. Very quick motorcycle. Just made some major improvements to the bike. Sitting right forward, looks like he's sitting on the tank. Keep the weight as far forward as you can. Well, the bike hardly put the wheel in the air. Runs 5.89 at 129 mile an hour. So he's starting to get a handle on the bike. Like I say, he's made some major improvements to the bike, so he's gradually creeping up on it. So it looked like he was sitting on the tank, and that's one of the improvements he's made, just to keep that weight as far forward on the bike as you can. Keep the weight over the front wheel, and it seemed to be working. It was hardly lifting the wheel at all. But you don't want it to lift it with no wheelie bars, because they do go over. I have seen it. Okay, so that's our modified bikes. Now it looks like we're moving into modified Eliminator. Peter Moyer out here in lane 1. LS, standard LS. Rail, rear engine dragster. His opponent, Craig Baker, the legend himself. Craig is running a A355, so I presume it's a Holden engine, stroke Holden engine. Yeah, Peter Moyer from all the way from down the road, about a quarter mile away. I don't think it's even that, where Peter lives in Portland. Running this nice little rear engine rail. His opponent, Craig Baker. He's from up Melbourne way. A man with a wealth of experience and knowledge. You ever want to find out anything about running in modified, Mr. Baker would be the man to see. He'll be able to tell you the ins and outs of the Group 3 class, how to set up a car, what to do, what not to do. There's the action off the tree. Goes through, records a time of 5:52, 125 mile an hour. To lane 1's 611 at 110 miles an hour. See that he can handle the vehicle. It's part of the licensing procedure. The more passes you do, you're allowed to go further down the track. Full power passes, so forth. It goes in increments. So depending on what number pass this is, in relation to his licensing, as to how far he goes down the track. Doug Penner, our Andrew Stewart out there in the red shirt in the start line, keeping a close eye on Clint just to make sure he does everything right, to see that he can handle this vehicle. Got to satisfy the Andrew Stewart. Looks like it's a full power pass. Pops the chute out, does everything right, runs 578 at 115 mile an hour. A small block Chev powered Fiat Topolito altered. So I'm sure the Andrew Stewart will be quite happy with Clint's progress with his licensing. Okay, looks like we're going to move into super sedan by the look of things. Just about coming around here. Des Jeffries, in the ute, coming around. Big block Chev powered ute that likes to get the wheels in the air. It's a 565 cubic inch big block Chev. Chris Lilius out here in lane 2 from Roxby Downs in South Australia. The Alex Tirana, Holden Tirana. 400 cubic inch Chev, so I presume it's a small block. Wedged in between the frame rails of the LH Tirana. Alex Tirana, sorry. This will be a close drag race, I'd imagine. Previous best for lane 2 is a 6.3. 5.68. Gets out of it. There's Jeffries goes through, records a time of 5.67. on a previous best of 5.64. So it's 121 mile an hour there for Des. So he's right up there with his mile an hour. So be happy with that. Chris Lilius runs 7.9. So we got out here in lane 1, Greg Dutchy Holland. Greg's from Portland, a HQ 1 tonner. It's a 350 Chev under the bonnet of the 1 tonner. His opponent, Michael Rowan from Delaco, running a 427 cubic inch small block Windsor under the bonnet of the Mark II Cortina. This being a 440 Cortina, it's got 4 doors, so it's a 440. It is Mark II, second generation Cortina. Previous best has been a 5.8 for lane 2. Previous best for lane 1 has been 7.1. Time of 5.89, 114 to lane 1, 7.12 at 95 miles an hour. So that's PB there for Dutchy, lane 1. Okay, gasser power, ladies and gentlemen, reminiscent of the 60s. The super sedan of Troy Newton from Victoria. Oh, Troy Newton from Bannockburn. Notice the gasser, she's got the straight axle under the front of it, set of leaf springs hanging off it. So that's a gasser straight out of the 60s. Nostalgia vehicle, can run vintage gas with this vehicle, but these type of meetings running super sedan. His opponent, Scott Rowan from Ballarat, the LJ Tirana, 355 cubic inch small block Holden motor, previous best of 6.3. Lane 1, previous best 6.9. LJ goes through and records a time of 6.40, 107 to the gases 7.02 at 94 miles an hour. Becoming a big thing now in the nostalgia scene of racing, the gases, there's a lot more of them getting around. So well worth having a look at a nostalgia meeting. You will see plenty of gases and other types of vehicles from that period. Okay, Brian Keane out here in lane 1, Compton in South Australia. Lane 2, we've got Matthew Whiskers Hogan from Portland. It's a stroked Holden engine, 355 cubic inch motor in the Gemini. Previous best been a 6.1, and the Cortina in lane 1. Previous best, well, it's showing the XR, so that's been his old car. His old car ran a 6.4, so I reckon this Cortina will be down near there somewhere too, I'd imagine. So it's only a new car, he's just getting a handle on it. Runs 5.80 at 115. So Mr. Lewis will be happy with that. Thank you, mate. Thanks for that. Lane 2's a 10.04. So everything's starting to work nicely. The traction's definitely coming on strong here. A lot of PBs happening. So that's great to see. So we've got Andy Gay out here in lane 1, and he's from Karoit. 364 cubic inch motor in the VC Commodore. His opponent is Gary Volgersang from Hazelwood North, the Chevy Camaro. It's a 540 cubic inch big block Chev. Sent the front end skyward on his previous pass. Previous best has been a 5.97 at 115. The lane 1's previous best of 6.95 at 98. Keep your eye on the front end of the Camaro. You'll see it launch into the heavens. Very nice. Runs 606, 113 mile an hour for lane 2. Lane 1 runs 701 at 97 miles an hour. Okay, our next pair, we've got Matthew Gay. Matthew, son of Andy, who went down in that lane the pass before. Matthew, the son, runs the ute. He's got the big block Chev. It's 540 or 50 something cubes, I think, under the bonnet of this ute. Previously in some testing at Heathcote Park Raceway, the door flew off it. That's why it's got the black door on it now. Lost the door down the track, so he's only just got this one back on. His opponent is Malcolm Todd in the LC Tirana. 383 powered machine from Bulagero, which must be over near the border. Obviously, runs 615 at 113. The lane 2 695 at 100. Okay, next pair, Ryan Sturska in the immaculate RX-7 Mazda 427 injected small block Chev. Okay, Ryan, Warrnambool, and his opponent is Mick Pollard. Mick's my neighbour from down Winslow Way. It's only about a quarter mile from my place. It's his first time out in this car. It's all brand new. He bought the car half completed. He's finished it off. It's his first time out in it, so he's debuting the car. Just trying to get it down the track. He had a few issues the first time out. Hopefully he can get a handle on it this time. It's a 406 small block Chevy under the frame rails of the HJ, lane 2. So Ryan Sturska, previous best of 5.5 at 123 mile an hour. Ryan ended up runner-up at Super Sedan class at the last meeting. 5.56, 121. For lane 1 to Mick Pollard 731 at 95 mile an hour. So Ryan's right on the money, and I reckon Mick Pollard would be real happy with that pass after his first disappointing pass. Next pair, we have Jim Fitzgibbon in lane 1 from Mount Evelyn in the FJ Holden. 355 cubic inch Holden motor under the bonnet of the FJ. His opponent is Wendy Cleary, wife of Mick Cleary. This is Mick Cleary's old blown door slammer Chimera that he was running several years ago. Now he's sat the wife in there with an injected small block LS. Got the injection hat sitting on top of the tunnel ram. So it looks like there's some issue with the track, so just sent the officials down to have a bit of a look. So just a little break for a minute just to check the track out, because safety is everything. That's our main priority. So I'm sure we'll be back into action very shortly. Just getting back to Jim Fitzgibbon out there in the FJ back in the 60s. When sort of racing was in its infancy in Australia. There was a lot of these things on the tracks around the country. At River Bend down at, Fisherman's Bend they call it, sorry, down in near Melbourne, which is on the city limits before they built Calder Park. River Bend used to host quarter mile racing action there, and there was a lot of vehicles of this calibre down that used to race at that facility. Also over in South Australia, I forget the name of the facility that was over there that previously been shut down, but all around the country, Castlereagh and Surface, having an abundance of FJs racing in the day. So you don't see too many of them on the track now, but it is great to see these type of vehicles with rich racing history. So it's absolutely fantastic to have these vehicles here racing today. It just gives you a glimpse of what yesteryear was like. And it's equally as great to have Wendy Cleary out there. This is one of Wendy's first or second time actually trying to get the car down the track, so she's getting a handle on driving the car, getting used to how it feels. Had a bit of a moment there the first pass, but obviously back out, so getting instructions from husband Mick. So I'm sure when we're ready to go, she will be up and running in the mirror. Yeah, just the tension in the pits. The track crew have found a drive belt. So if you're missing a drive belt, come up and see the officials because they have your belt. Thank you. Okay, back into it now. Jim Fitzgibbon from Mount Evelyn, the FJ Holden. Previous best time. The FJ's previous best time has been a 6.26 at 110 mile an hour. We've got Wendy Cleary out here in lane 2, just getting a handle on the Chimera. Like it's all debut for her with this car, so it's all new. She's only ever sat in the car a couple of times before, but I don't think she's ever done a full power pass in it yet. So this is all learning curve for Wendy. Just getting instructions there from husband Mick. So it's an injected LS motor on a tunnel ram. So late model with the old school injection on it. Yeah, when he gets a bit loose again, roughly in the same spot. So probably on the gear change there, I'd reckon. So they go through. Lane 1 records a time of 7.06. So lane 2's 8.09. Okay, next competitors, we've got Jeff Fitzgerald out here in lane 1. Jeff's driving the old J Tirana, 434 PPE Chev. His opponent is Brent Murray from Portland in the immaculate Mopar out here, 440 Cube. Dodge Mopar, just immaculate paint job on this thing. You put your hands in it, it'd be 10 foot thick, looks like the paint on this car. Yeah, no, this will be a great race. Fitzy should bloody outrun him here. I reckon he's got more horsepower, but as soon as I say that, you know what happens. So Fitzy's previous best has been a 5.41 and Brent's previous best has been a 5.81. Oh, getting a bit loose there, Fitzy. Brent was out of it early after red lighting. Fitzy got loose, so both the guys got out of it. So yes, times don't represent what those vehicles could do. A 7.4 to a 9.7. So yeah, both guys got a bit loose there. As we move into our next vehicles. We've got some top sportsman type vehicles coming out now. Robert Cardham in the XE Falcon in lane 1. David Foster in the 57 Chev in lane 2. Yeah, Rob Cardham in the XE Falcon's previous best has been 5.59, 148. And David Foster's previous best has been 5.18 at 140. So Robert Cardham has had the big mile an hour, but obviously Dave Foster has better 60 foot, gets out of the hole better, hence the better time, but hasn't got the mile an hour. So this will be an interesting race. .60 time we keep talking about. That's the first little, you'll see the little foam box just past the Christmas tree. That's the distance between the start line and that marker. We measure that, that gives an indication of how well the cars have left the line. And a lot of people just work on that 60-foot time, because that's where you get your quick speeds from. That equates to a low ET down the other end of the track. So a 114 60-foot David Foster to a 131 at the other end. And we've had a moment up the top end. I just turned around as I see the green car in the other lane, so we've obviously had a moment up there. So hopefully nothing's damaged and we can get back to racing as soon as we can. So obviously he's sort of sideways across the track up there, so I don't know what happened. So he's obviously driving away there now, so the car's under its own power, I think. Hopefully they'll go up and check the track to see if there's no fluids on there. Obviously a bit of a moment in the braking area. I didn't get to see what it was, but yes, these things happen. So never take your eye off the car, even though it's past the finish line, because a lot of times most of the action is in the braking area. Especially if you're running a very quick vehicle, Group 1 type vehicle, some of the quicker Group 2 vehicles, and outlaw cars in Group 3. The faster you go, the harder it is to stop, and that's where a lot of action happens. So never take your eye off the vehicles, even in the braking areas. There's plenty to see. So just be a short little delay here. It looks like the track officials have sort of got off the track, so I don't think there's any fluid, and we'll wait for the Andrew officials to come back and then we'll be back into it. So we've got Ricky Smith down here in lane 1 who's patiently waiting, and his opponent Sam Cardinal. So Ricky Smith's from Tirandara and Sam is from Alphastone, South Australia. So there's a 616 cubic inch motor under the bonnet of the HQ Monaro. There's a 584 cubic inch big block Chev under the bonnet of the red Camaro in lane 2, when the guys come around. Here we go, I'm just getting some footage of the action, what happened here for Robert Cardham. Just gone through the braking area and touched the brakes, and all of a sudden the car's got loose. So the brake lights come on and yeah, it just got a bit loose, so whether he's just touched it a bit hard and it's locked up maybe, but looks like there's no damage done. He might have flat spotted a tyre or two, but yes. Thank you, Mark, for that film, or that replay of that footage, mate. Much appreciated. So no doubt that'll be on, you've subscribed to Mark's live streaming channel and you'll be able to see all that action. That's Sporting Scribe, so keep that one in mind. You'll get all the action from today's racing. So thank Mark immensely for coming over and doing that job. Yeah, so I just wait for the officials to come back, but thanks again for coming out to South Coast Raceway today. Just a brilliant day, some great racing, bit of action happening on the track, in the braking area, and over in the pits. So keep your eye out, go for a walk, have a look at these vehicles. Go and have a look at the Top Fuel Harley over there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure Corey will have that thing back out on the track at some stage today. So there's plenty to see. A lot of new vehicles out here. People have made changes. A lot of people running different classes, e.g. Rob Casser, who's normally on the nitrous-assisted funny bike. It's like a funny type, what do you call a funny bike, or pro mod type bike. He's normally on that thing, blistering down the track in the mid to low 4-second time zones. But he's out here in a streeter. I think he's having a go at that $2,000 purse for that street bracket, so it's great to see Robbie diversifying. And several others in that bracket, so that's a fantastic effort by the South Coast Raceway or initiative to have that class, to have those true street type vehicles have to qualify by going for a drive and then racing on the track. So that's a great initiative for South Coast Raceway. Hopefully in the future they'll be holding more of those meetings and more people will attend. So if you like what you see today, you can do that. You can grab Grandma's car and come out and race. You don't have to be the fastest. Just be consistent at both ends of the track, especially in this dial-your-own racing when we get into eliminations, when the dial-your-owns come into it. If you can be consistent at both ends of the track, you will go rounds. The quicker it is, the quicker you are, the harder it is to be consistent. So I take my hat off to those people who are running quick and are consistent. They're people with a wealth of experience. It's hard to just jump into one of these vehicles and be consistent. You might do it once or twice, but to be able to do it for a full race meeting or a full season, to be able to win points and championships is just testament to the ability of these teams. So it's no one person can do it on their own. They need assistance. That's where a lot of families step in. It is a family sport. E.g. junior dragster, it gives a place for the kids to race. We like to get people involved, the ladies, parents, grandparents, kids, everyone. So family orientated sport. Okay, we're moving around, we're back into action. Ricky Smith in lane 1, HQ Monaro, his opponent, Sam Cardinal in lane 2. So 615 cubic inch big block Chev under the bonnet of the Monaro and a 584 cubic inch big block Chev under the bonnet of the Monaro. Lane 1, previous best has been 453 at 138. Lane 2's previous best has been 497 at 145. So there you go, there's an indication of 60-foot times. Lane 1 has had better time but slower speed than lane 2. So that's all down to the 60-foot. You'll find that the Holden Monaro in lane 1 will have a better 60-foot than lane 2, just going by those times. But lane 2 has a better mile an hour and comes on strong at the top end. You wouldn't think there'd be much difference over an 1/8 mile, but ladies and gentlemen, there is. Most races are won and lost at this end of the track, at the start line. If you can get a 60-foot, good 60-foot with a good reaction, you're halfway there. There you go, Sam just made a liar of me, had a better 60-foot. 03 reaction to an 02 reaction for lane 1. Lane 1 goes through with a 529 to Sam must have got out of it. He's only run a 6.1 at 81 mile an hour. Lane 1 had 132 miles an hour, so lane 2 definitely got out, only run 81 mile an hour. Obviously had an issue. Okay, lane 1, Dylan Dando out here in the XT Falcon, 618 cubic inch. I take it it's a big block forward, I would imagine. Had a previous best of 5.49 and 126 miles an hour. Sorry for all you young people out there who don't know what mile an hour is. You're all educated into Ks. I'm an old dude, so I talk mile an hour, and that's what we've got on a computer screen. So you'll have to Google it and to convert what that is in Ks. But this is drag racing, and we talk in miles an hour and feet in inches. So it's just an old school thingo, but that's the way we like it. When you say something's doing he runs 5.5 at 117 mile an hour. Previous best has been 5.4 at 126, so I reckon he might have just lifted a little bit before the finish there. Yes, we're moving through, we're keeping them coming. Action's happening thick and fast. Just getting ready for the next pair to come around. Looks like Ash Haley. Ash is normally out here in a gasser. Straight axle vehicle, but looks like he's got a street registered wagon out here now, so great to see. It's probably his wife's car, or the girlfriend or wife, or I'm not sure on Ashley's status. Could be his boyfriend's car, that's right, I don't know. So there's no discrimination here. It is a nice 55 Chevy wagon there. His opponent is Nicholas Kranovic from St Agnews out here in the Plymouth Barracuda. That's a 383 Chev. I presume it's a 383 Chev. It might be his other car though, not too sure. Lane 1 and lane 2's got a 340, be the LA Chrysler block. And the Barracuda in lane 2. Previous best has been 7.54 for lane 2. Previous best of lane 1's been 8.85. Bit of a red light there for lane 2. Around 60 foot. Goes through and stops the clocks with a 7.50. Oh, that's a PB. For lane 2 there, to lane 1's 9.82. Okay, Mr. Jervis, Ross Jervis, all the way from Yangri, which is about 5 minutes drive from my place there in Winslow, which is sort of northwest of Warrnambool. Ross Jervis, super competitive, just loves to win. That's why he's in this street car class. Very good with his dial-ins generally. His opponent is Brendan Carr. Brendan's normally out here in an LH blown Tirana running in supercharged outlaws. Tesla. Ross Jervis gets out there. Goes through and records a 7.17.95 to the Tesla's 7.34 at 92. Okay, Ronnie Johnson, another Warrnambool campaigner, another fella who's very onto it, very sharp on the tree at times too. Ronnie loves to win. One of those fellows. He's a mate of Ross's, Ross Jervis, so both those guys like to win. And his opponent is Drew McRae from Wallora North, in the VF Valiant. Goes through and records a 6.68, 101 to lane 2's 8.61 at 84 miles an hour. Okay, Jamie Ackland out there in the immaculate Gen 3 TC Cortina wagon. I'd imagine it's V8. It sounds like V8. Got no information on the motor size, but previous best has been a 659 at 103. His opponent, Matthew Fitzgerald, in the Audi RS3. Matthew Fitzgerald's from Hamilton. Jamie Ackland is also from Hamilton. Goes through and records a time of 6.60 to lane 2's 7.72. Yeah, like that wagon, she gets out of the hole nicely, gets the front up in the air, and it's all business. And like the centre lines on it, nice looking street up. And again, I'm a bit of a Ford man, so I sort of like the Ford stuff a bit. Not being biased though, they're all good, as long as they're quick. Doesn't matter what brand they are. Okay, our next pair come out. I got no info for lane 1 at the moment, but lane 2, Zach Shepherd, the LJ Tirana. Zach's from Portland. 3-litre Nissan motor in the LJ. Previous best has been a 6.78 at 102 miles an hour. Yeah, just from memory, the HQ does mumbo. Gets down the track. Both getting down there. It's a nice drag race. Yeah, so my phone's going off. I'm sorry I can't answer it. If anyone's listening to the live stream trying to ring me, don't bother. Shane McKenna out here in lane 1 in the SS Commodore Ute. He's running a 346 LS1. His opponent, Sean O'Callaghan from Portland, the VK Commodore. Running a 308 Holden in the Commodore. I think I've mentioned before, you don't sort of see the 308 brand much around anymore. Everything's been stroked now, so boys get out well. Go down the track, and lane 2 takes the win. An 8.49 for lane 2, and lane 1's losing 8.45. So obviously big whole shot there to lane 2. Take that win with a slower time. Shane McKenna out here in lane 1. The LH Tirana, 355 cubic inch Holden under the bonnet. His opponent, Les Waite from Delacombe, out here up near Ballarat way. He's in the Commodore wagon. Convo Pros on the wagon there, very tidy looking wagon. I can't tell you any info what motor's in the wagon. He's just got the info from his previous car, so it hasn't been updated yet. So Chris Tatchell in lane 1, Les Waite lane 2. Yeah, red light there for Chris. So they go through. Lane 1 goes through with a 7.79 at 86 mile an hour to lane 2 7.41 at 95 miles an hour. Okay, we got any Ford fans out there? Put your hands up in the air if you're a Ford fan. I got mine up, I got both of them up, because we got a Ford versus Holden race out here, ladies and gentlemen. VH Commodore lane 2, XE Falcon lane 1. 351 Ford versus an LS1. Commodore might have his nose in front, takes the win unfortunately, runs 7.46, 94 mile an hour to lane 1's 8.27 at 82 mile an hour. You got to get that rivalry going, the Holden Ford, even though the manufacturers are gone now. We still got to keep that rivalry going. Just adds a little bit of spice to the mix. So yeah, support. Bring your flags next time out. Holden or Ford flags, get them flying. If it's a Chev flag or a Chrysler or whatever. Just show your loyalty to your brand. Adds to the excitement, adds to the spectator, adds to the whole feel of the place. So lane 1, Andrew Waite in the HQ Prem. Lane 2, Jeremy Martin from Mount Gambier. 6.93 previous best lane 1, 8.03 previous best lane 2. Obviously, gets out there, the big legs, the horsepower, the big block Chev. Runs 7.14 at 83 mile an hour to lane 2's 7.90 at 86 miles an hour. Okay, here it is again. Ford versus Holden. Holden versus Ford. Okay, we've got a 350 GDS Monaro up against a 5 litre Windsor in the ute. Looks like the HQ's got a bit more work done. It's got the air cleaner out the bonnet. The ute looks like a fairly stocker. But looks can be deceiving, as we all know. Yeah, big red light there, so that's an instant win. So you don't have to be the fastest to win, just got to be consistent. So lane 1 goes through and runs a 6.79 to a 10.59 for lane 2. So the quickest car doesn't necessarily win. So you young people out there, take all that on board. Consistency wins the game. Okay, here comes one man who's very consistent, Dean Cleary. I think Dean Cleary has been a Victorian Super Street champion at one stage back in the 90s in this very car. His opponent, Michael Parker, out here in the VE SS Commodore. So Dean's got a run a 410 cubic inch Chev. I'd imagine that's still the same motor. His opponent, the VE Commodore, is running a 366 LS 998. Dean gets out there very nicely. Previous best has been a 6.5, 6.56, 6.72. To lane 2's previous best 8.79. He runs a 10.2, so he's well off his previous best. Rightio, moving right along. Next car's in the burnout box. We have Gary Hutchins in the H2 Brom. Gary Hutchins from Hamilton's run a 350 Chev under the bonnet of the Brom. His opponent, Ben Cross from Cavendish in the VY Commodore in lane 2. He's running an LS motor in the Commodore. Commodore's previous best has been an 8.34. Brom's previous best was 7.6. First run 7.92 at 85 mile an hour to lane 2's 8.29 at 82 miles an hour. Right, our next pair. Pascal Marino out here in lane 1, the HZ1 tonner. His opponent, David Dobbs O'Brien in the Holden Gemini. The V6 motor, little Buick motor in there, little V6. Previous best is 8.1. Previous best for lane 1, 7.1. So about a second difference there for the cars, 6.82, so that's a PB for lane 1. And lane 2 runs 8.21, so just slightly off his PB. So the car's still PBing, some out there, so the track conditions are very good. Neil Millard out here in lane 1. Neil's from Hamilton in the Commodore, and his opponent Rob Kerr Rob's from Portland. Garfield car, so it's a red light lane one. Garfield driving away there. Rod runs 7.29 at 95 mile an hour to lane one's 8.61 at 85 miles an hour. Garfield's right off the time there. His previous best has been a 6.6 there for lane two, and he's run 7.2, so really, really well off his previous best time. We got Jack Phillips out here in the XF Falcon, 250 cross flow, 6-banger. Previous best has been a 9.06. His opponent, David Bunnock from Casterton, the LX Tirana, 400 cubic inch motor in under the bonnet of the Tirana. His previous best has been a 6.90. Well, the Tirana should win here. He's got about 2 seconds best on it, but we'll see what happens when elimination comes. This is the time for the guys to check their reactions. Yeah, great reaction. Let's get him down. Runs 7.04. And lane one runs a 9.08. That's not too far off his personal best either. So it's great racing there. Great to see people doing PBs, advancing in the sport. Here comes my pick of the day as far as vehicles go. I love this valley. Gavin Heyman out there in lane one in the hatchback Tirana. His opponent, Ian Medley from Portland. Says it's a 273 LA Mopar block under the bonnet of the AP6. I don't know whether that's true or not though. The way it goes down the track, it's running low 7s, high 6s. Looks like the AP gets down there, runs 6.77, 102 to lane one's 8.33 at 82. So I reckon there's more than a 273 motor under the bonnet of that AP6 Valiant. Next competitors, Scott Riley out here in the immaculate XY GS Ford Fairmont. Scott Riley's from Hamilton. We've got Mick Wilson in the Volkswagen. Mick Wilson's from Mount Gambier. His previous best in this car has been a 8.82. And for lane one, their previous best has been a 6.70. Goes through 1.694 at 98. The lane two's 8.67 at 77 miles an hour. Okay, Adrian Pitts out here in lane one, the VC Commodore. Previous best has been a 6.91. His opponent, Justin McClintock from Portland. In lane two, his previous best has been an 8.74. So a pair of Commodores, just different vintage. Runs 7.0 and lane two runs an 8.71 at 83 mile an hour on an 8.74 previous best. So that is a PB for Justin McClintock for lane two. Okay, Mr. Rob Cassar out here in lane one in the VH Commodore. Rob, this is his grandfather's car, I believe, or his father's car, or something that he's put an LS in. It might have been his grandfather's car. And he's put the LS in it, decided to have a bit of fun, race at these street events. Normally out here in a nitrous-assisted Kawasaki, but he's on 4 wheels today. We've got Jordan Monaghan out here in lane 2, the VZ Ute. Looks like Robbie Casa gets out there nice. Runs 7.64 at 89 mile an hour to lane 2's 8.70 at 82 miles an hour. Okay, our next competitors come up. We've got Matthew Smart, Strathalbyn, the Toyota Corolla 202 Holden powered vehicle. His opponent, Jason Harding from Robe in the Nissan Navara diesel powered farm truck. Basically, previous best for the farm truck's been 11.35. Previous best for the Corolla has been 6.92. Gets out there, 1.5 to 60 foot, goes through, stops the clocks with a 6.97, 97 mile an hour, and it looks like the truck goes through and records a time of 11.43 at 60 miles an hour. So there you go, there's just a bit of an indication of what you can race. Diesel powered farm truck. You can race anything, ladies and gentlemen. As long as it gets through scrutineering, you got an approved helmet, long sleeve shirt, jumper or whatever, good seat belt, nothing dripping out of the car, you can be doing this too. Doesn't cost much, you can have a lot of fun, have a good day out. Okay, Shannon Brooks out here in lane 1, Mick Cleary in lane 2. Pair of utes, one being a HQ, the other being a Commodore. The early model gets the jump. There goes through and runs an 8.13 at 85 mile an hour to Mick Cleary's faster, but losing 7.92, 95 mile an hour. So that's a big whole shot win there for Shannon Brooks in lane 1.
Boring. I will add that.
Okay, next pair of vehicles. Michael McClintock out here from Heathmere in lane 1, the XR6 Turbo. His opponent, Andrew Smith from Portland in the Holden Ute. Got no info what's in the Ute, but it'd be LS powered, no doubt. The air cleaner hanging out the bonnet, so obviously you had a fair bit of work done. Nice set of Hoosiers under the back of it. So it looks like he's a serious sort of a Ute. Previous best has been a 7.25 at 95 mile an hour for the Ute. Previous best for the Falcons been a 9.4. 9.1 reaction. Runs a 7.40 at 94 to lane 1's losing 9.35 at 80 miles an hour. As we bring on our next pair, we have Kevin Dark. Kevin Dark from Portland in the LC Tirana. Previous best has been a 6.88. His opponent, Mr. Scott Cleary, sir, in the VL Commodore, running a 383 cubic inch Holden motor in the VL Commodore. Previous best has been a 6.90. Scott has just a little bit to do with the track here. If anyone knows him, you know what I'm talking about. Oh, he's got a bit keen there. Scott's a big cherry. That's the way to go though. Test out those lights during these qualifiers. That's the time to red light. So Scott runs a 7.02 to lane 1's 7.31.
It's too quick that time.
Oh, you're right. I'm too slow. Outreact. You run.
Like Scott.
Whole shot. He pulled the red light though. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for coming out and supporting South Coast Raceway at the Streetcar Challenge $2,000 winner-take-all meeting for street registered vehicles. They have to qualify for this event by going for a cruise. I don't know how many Ks, but they have to do so many Ks, then come back here and compete. So for true street registered vehicles, great initiative by the South Coast Raceway. To have that amount of money up for grabs is a great event, and I can see this type of event just going ahead in leaps and bounds. Yeah, just while we're talking, having a little break, just like to thank all the officials, all the people over there working in the food vending huts facilities over in the bar, all our track staff out here on the start line, down the track, our fireys, our ambulance. Mark Humphreys up there with Sporting Scribe. We'd like to thank him for live streaming. As we move back into action now, Benny Phillips out here in lane 1. The immaculate HK 307 Chev powered HK wagon. His opponent, Nick Gronovic from St Agnews in South Australia, and the Plymouth Barracuda. Previous best for the Barracuda has been a 7.57. Previous best for the HK in lane 1 has been a 6.65. We've got deep stage here in lane 2, sorry. Horsepower drives away. 1670 at 101 mile an hour to Nick's losing 769 at 91 mile an hour for lane 2. Yeah, so I was just thanking people there before, so once again, thanks for coming out, supporting South Coast Raceway. Nice little crowd there today. So if you're feeling hungry, I'm sure there's plenty of food left over there. There's a cold beer up there if you're feeling that way inclined. If you want to hang in the wet area, enjoy those alcoholic beverages. There is lemonade and so forth, water for anyone else who doesn't. Fully catered for here at South Coast Raceway at this picturesque picture postcard track. Okay, JDs, junior diggers coming out. Rear engine rails, whatever you like to call them. Future of the sport. Very competitive class, run at national level, can win an Australian championship in these vehicles, get gold Christmas trees and so forth. Have a number 1 on the vehicle, Australian number 1, you can do it in these classes. Perfect place to start your kids off, get them introduced, teach them how to drive before they even get on the road. This will give them a great grounding in how to handle a vehicle. So nothing better. Great advancement for a kid. Any kid that's come through the junior dragsters, and they move up into the other classes, they're always tough competitors because they hit the ground running, because they have the skill levels. So fantastic to have the junior dragsters out here today. Cardham Family Racing have 2 vehicles out here today in the juniors. Both the girls are running. We've got Sarah Osborne in lane 1. We've got Shantea Cardham in lane 2. Family events, you'll see full families here with these vehicles. Mum, dad, brothers, sisters, even grandparents follow these around. So, great thing to be involved with. Thinking about doing it, this is the place to start. Get your kids involved. Okay, they're both in stage. Sarah Osborne belts down the track. I reckon Sarah's be an A junior dragster. She runs 7:04 on a 7:0 index. These juniors have an index for the A junior dragsters. They are not allowed to go faster than 8 seconds. So she's right on it there. And Chantea would be in a C junior dragster. That means she's just starting out, lesser horsepower. She runs 12.62. Okay, our next pairing of junior dragsters. The only boy in the field, Cody Bray. Cody's from Altona, the purple junior. His opponent, Alira Cardam, the second of the Cardam girls. Yeah. So both these vehicles are A junior dragsters, A/JD. See that on the number, front of the number. So these are the high horsepowered juniors. Go have a look at these motors, and they're full billet aluminium motors. Very impressive. Not just your normal cement mixer motor. Based on the Briggs & Stratton motor. A full billet version. Very impressive. Corey Bray, lane 1. Alira Cardam, lane 2. Both these 8 junior dragsters. Yeah, Lyra looks right there. She runs 8:08. Lane 2 to lane 1's 8:53. So lane 1 had 73 mile an hour to the big top end speed of Alira Cardam there of 77 miles an hour.
Yeah, I know, they've basically made...
Could I have Super Sedan to the start line, please? Super Sedan to the start line, please. That's Super Sedan to the start line. Thank you. Okay, modified bike. Nathaniel McKay. The Katana. It's called a big tyre chassis bike. Modelled on the old GSX when they come out in the early 80s. GSX and Katanas both ran that type of motor. Still very similar to what they run in pro bikes today. Nathaniel McKay's previous best has been a 5.43. Just doing a single here at the moment. Yeah, previous best speed has been 122 mile an hour for this bike, this Katana, so see if he gets anywhere near that with a 5.43. He gets out nicely, he was up on the two-step, maximum revs, then throw the clutch away and hang on. So he runs 5.47 on a 5.43 best, so he's right on the money there. 121.8 mile an hour for his previous best of 122 mile an hour, so he's right up there. So that means the track's good. Okay, we've got the man himself, Gavin Don't, on the B King, supercharged Suzuki 1340cc. been making a few changes to this bike during the off season. The first time he's had it out, just getting a handle on it now. Changed a few things with the bike. Sits a lot further forward on it now. He's sitting right up on the tank. That's all to do with weight. Get the weight over the front wheel, keep that down. No wheelie bar, long swing arm. You'll see the Quacker in this lane wheelie more than what Gavin's will. Gets out nicely, runs 5.44 at 131. So he's getting down there now. Every time he's coming out, he's running quicker. And lane 2 goes through with the Quacker and runs 6.78 on a 6.75 previous best. So getting the Quacker down there nicely too, very close to PB in it. So that's it for the bikes. Now we move into modified. Modified Eliminator, class based on dial your own handicap times. A Group 3 type class. All Group 3 are dial your own, self-imposed handicaps. That's how the system works. So when it comes to eliminations, you will see a dial in wrote on the side of the vehicle. The difference between the dial-ins between each vehicle is the handicap, who goes first and who goes second, but you've still got to win, beat your opponent, and not break your dial-in to win. A lot of ways to lose, only one way to win. Clint Noble obviously got his licence now, and let him make paired passes, so that's great to see. Opponent Craig Baker. We'll talk about dial-ins before. A man who's been racing for years and years now. You'll see a little sign just behind the driver's head on Craig Baker's car. It's permanently painted on dial-in time. It says 542. That's what he says my car will run. It runs that consistently. He can paint the dial-in on the car. You can change your dial-in for conditions, but he's very sure that this car will run around that time every pass, so he paints his dial in on. So lane 1, Fiat Topolino, small block Chev, altered. It's called an altered Fiat Topolino body. Craig Baker is in the rear engine rail. Drag race. Lane 2 takes the win there, 7.48 to lane 1's 6.47. Yes, 125 mile an hour there in lane 2 to 85 mile an hour in lane 1, which he obviously got out of it before the finish line. Okay, we've got our next rail out here, lane 2, Peter Moyer, just from about a quarter mile away here in Portland. Modified dragster. It is basically a stock LS1 in this rail. So this is what a stock LS will do in a open-wheeled race vehicle. It's not a big dollar engine, like I say, it's just a stock motor. Just having a bit of fun. Being consistent, you don't have to have the fastest thing to win, just got to be consistent at both ends of the track. He goes through and runs 6.20. That's from a stock LS, ladies and gentlemen, 6.20. At 108 mile an hour over the 8th. So that's what you can do in a little lightweight vehicle just with a stock motor. You can have fun, go fast and have fun. Okay, so we're moving on to super sedan by the looks of things. Now in the staging lanes. Just giving the track a little quick touch up out there. Just keeps the fluid on there because vehicles going down the track do drag the fluid off after a time, so you do have to sort of just re-prep it a little bit just to keep it nice and keep it at its optimum level. Yes, I think there's even some tracks over in the States, they have heating and cooling in their tracks. So if the weather gets too cold, they can actually heat the track, and if it gets too hot, they can cool the track. So that's the issues you face with the weather. A lot of times when the weather comes in that's either too hot or too cold, the track will go off, losing traction. So there is places where they do have heating and cooling systems in the track. I think there was one track here in Australia that was going to have that, but they had some issues there. So I think there's been a few suggestions that they do that over at the new track in Tailem Bend, but I haven't heard any more. I think there was one suggestion I heard, so whether Sam over there takes that on board, who knows. But a great asset to be able to run. You'll be able to run later into the season then. You can keep your track a bit warmer when you get cold conditions to keep the traction in, and you can run on hot days when it gets in those 40-degree days where it gets too hot and the track will go off if you can cool it. They have like coils, heating and cooling coils under the racing surface, and that's how they do it. So there is a bit of a process involved, and it all has to be done before the track goes down. But it does cost money, all that sort of stuff, the technology and so forth. So, but that's just the technology that there is out there, and in the future I can see more and more of that type of thing happening. So it's just great, the advancement in the sport over the years. I've been following the sport since the mid-60s when I first found out about it. So I've seen a lot of advancements. Slingshot rails were the ultimate when I got into the sport. Now they're looking at as nostalgia. So I'm an old fart, loving it, loving every minute of it. Okay, Chris Lilius out here in lane 1, Alex Tirana, 400 cubic inch Chev. His opponent is the ultra competitive Des Jeffrey. Des is from Portland, the VZ Ute, running a 565 cubic inch big block between the frame rails of the Ute. The Ute likes to get plenty of air. Have seen it getting a lot of air at times. But obviously you get it to an optimum maximum amount of lift. Too much is not good and too little is not good. It's all about the weight transfusion. Get the weight over the back tyres, get optimum grip. Get down there, 6.33 for lane 1 and a 5.63 for lane 2. That's 106 mile an hour for lane 1 and 121 mile an hour for lane 2. Okay, our next pair of super sedans. Gary Vogelslang out in lane 1. Gary in the 68 Chevy Camaro is from North Hazelwood North, sorry. It's a 540 cubic inch big block Chev under the bonnet of the Camaro. Troy Newton from Bannockburn, Nagassa, vintage gas, running in super sedan at this meeting. Straight axle car, leaf sprung front end. That's why it sits up high at the front end. All helps for weight transfusion over the back wheels. Runs the car at nostalgia meetings in the Gasser class. Hence you notice the A gas wrote on the side of the door. Super sedan at this meeting, super sedan on the window. It says it's only a 253 Chev, the gasser. I see 383 on the front mudguard of the car, so I'd probably believe that more so. Run 609, 113 mile an hour to the gases 702 at 95 miles per hour. Okay, we've got Brian Keen out here, the Cortina, South Australia. Just got info of his previous car. He must have had an XR before this one. I think this is a new car for him, first time out. His opponent, Jim Fitzgibbon, in the FJ Holden, lane 2, 355 Holden engine. A 6.2 previous best for lane 2, a 5.8. Yeah, a little bit twitchy there, Cortina. Just starting to break loose a little bit. Still runs 5.08, 116 mile an hour. 5.80, sorry. What did I say? 5.0. Well, that's a bit too much. No, 5.80 for the Cortina, and the Humpy runs 6.54. Scott Rowan, lane 1, LJ Tarana. The LJ's got a 355 cubic inch small block Holden, previous best of 635. And in lane 2 is Ryan Sturska. It's his dad there backing him back there now. Family team. Ryan got runner-up at the last meeting in Super Sedan. Previous best has been 5.50. Father and son team built this car. Small block Chev 427, injected tunnel ram small block. They built this car in-house. Great effort, great job. Car is a picture. Go over and have a look at it in the pits. Just a red light, 5/1000ths of a second red light. Ryan runs 5.60, 120 mile an hour to lane 1's 6.40 at 107 miles an hour. Next pair of Super Sedans. Michael Rowan, Delaco, lane 1. 427 cubic inch small block Windsor under the bonnet of the Mark II 440 Cortina. We have Malcolm Todd and LC Tarana. 383 Chev under the bonnet of the Tarana. Previous best has been a 6.49, and previous best for the Cortina has been a 5.86. Through there, Malcolm gets out of it, 7.35 at 99 mile an hour to Michael Rowan, lane 1, 5.88 at 116 miles an hour. Yeah, the action's happening thick and fast here at South Coast Raceway. Brent Murray out here in the immaculate Dodge Mopar. 440 cubic inch big block motor under the frame rails of the coupe out there. His opponent, Matthew Gay from Koroit. It's a 520, I think it's 520 cubic inch big block Chev under the bonnet of the HZ Ute. It's got the black door on the passenger side. He lost the door up at Heathcote. She just blew off the car when he was doing some testing over there the previous week. So you'll see that on the passenger door, the driver's door when he comes down. Actually sitting on the other side of the car, so it's the passenger door, which will be the door facing the crowd when he comes back on the return road. Previous best for the Ute, 6-1. Previous best for the Coupe is 5-8. They go down there. Matthew Gay runs 6-2-1 with the Ute. And lane 1 runs 7-2-8 at 109. All right, next pair, Matthew Hogan. Matthew took a lot of money off us over at Warrnambool there a couple of years ago. Had some big dollar meetings and he walked away with $5,000, I think, for the small tyre class. Matthew Hogan, lane 1, Holden Gemini. Greg Dutchy Holland, lane 2. 7-1 for lane 2, previous best. 6-1. Bit of a wiggle there from Matthew. He's getting a bit loose there. Runs 6-5-8 lane 1 and 7-1-2 for lane 2. Yeah, he's getting a bit twitchy there. Bloody Matthew Hogan as he was going down the track in the Gemini. Would have had his hands full on that pass. Okay, we got Wendy Cleary. Wendy Cleary's just getting used to driving this Chimera in lane 1. Her opponent, Robert Cardham, regular campaigner here at South Coast Raceway, the XE Falcon. Okay, Wendy Cleary. This is the first full meeting. Both the vehicles get down there without any incidents this time. It's good to see. They both had moments the last passes for both those vehicles, so they're both down there all right. 5-7 for lane 1, lane 2 and a 7-6 for lane 2, for lane 1, sorry. Get my lanes around the wrong way. Okay, next pair. We have Michael Pollard. We've got Michael Pollard here in lane 1, Rick Smith in lane 2. There's another new vehicle out here in lane 1. Pollard's his first time out in the car, just getting used to it. Getting the handle on it. I think he went down there last pass with a low 7, which was a lot better from his first pass, so getting quicker each round. Rick Smith out here in lane 2, previous best of 4.53 at 138 mile an hour for this Monaro. So it's one tough car. 616 cubic inch big block Chev under the bonnet of that white HQ Monaro. There's a 406 small block under the bonnet of the HX Holden lane 1. .532 for lane 2, 132 mile an hour. To Mick Pollard 724 at 97 miles an hour. Hey, some more top sportsmen coming around now. David Foster out here in the 57 Chev. Dave's from Murray Bridge, just down the road from Carlin Bend. So he's going to have a nice home track soon. Sam Cardinal here in lane 2 in the Chevy Camaro. Yeah, the Camaro's running a 584 cubic inch big block Chev. Had a previous best of 4.97 at 145 miles an hour. To lane 1's previous best of 503 at 140 miles an hour. So 2 very stout vehicles out here on the start line. Both 2 top sportsman type vehicles. It means they're Group 3 vehicles running on self-imposed handicaps. But they've got to be quicker than 8.5 second quarter mile. I'm not too sure they have a cut-off. Top sportsman. But I do know you have to run quicker than 8.5 to qualify for top sportsman. So these are the quick, basically the quick super sedan type vehicles. Reactions from both the guys in the 04 for lane 1, 03 for lane 2, but David got a bit loose there and nearly tagged the wall. Lucky he pulled the car up. So yeah, very close. I don't think he's touched the wall, but would have been very close. So a little bit loose on the hit, how things can happen so quickly. So don't think there'd be any damage done, but just have to check the race suit, I think, when he gets back to the pits. Yeah, plenty of action here at South Coast Raceway. It's coming thick and fast. So, always keep your eye on these vehicles, ladies and gentlemen. Anything can happen, and when it does, it happens quick. Yeah, just a reminder, just while there's a little break happening here, next meeting over here at South Coast Raceway is on Saturday, March the 5th, kicking off at 10 a.m. It's the Wild Bunch Wars. So this is going to be a reflection of like the Slam Fest days, if you can remember those. We have Wild Bunch meeting, all class for supercharged door slammers. So that will be a great meeting. I'm looking forward to this one. So if you've got anyone who's never been over here before and thinking about coming over, this would be the time, this meeting will be the time to get them over here, because that will be a very good meeting. I'm sure they will be impressed with the quality and standard of race vehicles at that meeting. To have a field of blown door slammers will be great. Great thing. So congratulations South Coast Raceway for having that meeting. And congratulations South Coast Raceway for today. Running this meeting today, the initiative of the Street Challenge class, followed by the other classes. Thank you racers for supporting South Coast Raceway, for coming today and supporting them in the various classes. Thank you to all the spectators for coming and supporting. You couldn't have got a better day for it. On the hill, it'd be beautiful up there. So we thank all our officials working tirelessly here with the track prep, the clean-ups, helping out, working in the canteen and everywhere. On the timing boards up here with the computers, so doing a great job. So just fantastic effort by everyone. Mark Humphreys up there with the live streaming, so just fantastic. Fantastic venue, one of the best little 8th mile tracks in the country. So it's just fantastic to have this only within an hour of our hometown of Warrnambool. So I know a lot of people travelled a long way to be here today. So we thank them for coming, racers, spectators. So it's just great to be able to have some racing back on after the time period we've all been through the last couple of years. So it's just great to have some action happening live here again. So just be a little break till we get this car off the track. Shouldn't be too long now, so we'll just go back to some music for a little while, give my voice a bit of a break. I'll be back.
He donated it, and we said that's got to be scary considering Des, who likes to do wheel stands, at the start he says it's too scary. And he went, yeah, okay, Des, that's interesting. Yeah. So Des is a big supporter of the program. He's very youth engagement. I'm not sure. He hasn't dropped. We run the road, can't resurfacing it.
They had it all ripped up 2 years ago.
Yeah.
2 years, 18 months ago. It was all ripped. Not all of it, but some big sections of it. It was all supposed to happen then. And all the lockdown stuff and all that. So I haven't heard any more since. I've seen pictures of it.
The problem we've got though is that allowed residential to build way too close. And it'll turn into another Toll Marine airport sort of situation where they'll say, oh, it's just too noisy now, close it down. Even though that was there before they were there.
Well, Tulla Marine Airport's getting no extra.
Yeah, they're not happy about that.
Yeah, that's pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Like Sydney second hand.
Yeah, that's the issues there.
Yeah. No one lets it in their place, that's what. That's what they put it in.
It's going to free up having the system then actually mean we can continue to supply. Because we're getting close to folding as well. It's costing us over $1,000 per event loss.
Yeah,
Eventually the money runs out.
that's right.
So yeah, my wife, she managed to find all these government grants and we managed to get the 15 grand together just to get a basic system.
Yeah.
We bought ours second hand from Canada. It's a quarter mile system. Full quarter. All wire, you can have quarters or chop the whole wire. It's just a old truck road, couple of blocks.
Yeah.
Those sort of things there.
Yeah, we're just going to
What shit and stuff. Jesse Keller, who's here, he used to take pictures. He's helping out the lad with Goldie.
Oh yeah, yep.
Matthew Gay, one of his mates. Jesse's that's All right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we're just about back into it. So Jeff Fitzgerald coming around now in the LJ. So Jeff Fitzgerald, LJ Tirana. Nice little burn out there for Fitzy. He's immaculate LJ Tirana. Got a previous best in this car of 541 at 127 miles an hour. Rightio, Fitzy's coming up into a pre-stage there now. He's pulled the bulbs on. Just wait for him to come right into full stage, which he is. Looks like he turned the tyres on the head a bit, and as he got down the track, kept on turning them. So gets a bit loose there. So Fitzy had to get out of it. Ran the 6.26 at only 82 mile an hour. A little bit loose there off on the hit. So, yeah.
Oh, you want the
Top sportsman. All crash around one. Okay. By 2089.
Okay, looks like we got our streeters coming back around now by the look of things. Our true street. This is, are we into elimination? Round one. And this is the street car cross.
Didn't work. He didn't press the button.
Oh, no. Damn, ready?
You have to just come back. I think it's just to
Reset the tree.
get them down.
Has to be
Get the
reset.
numbers on.
Because the last three tops whatever it is, they ran Ones we got 50 something cars.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for being patient with us. We're just getting some things organised here. Our next class round will be the first round of Super Street for our street type vehicles, the $2,000 class. So we're just getting ourselves organised. So we'll be in action for the first round of the Super Street.
It doesn't take points.
Just run 720. I think that's what I got it as. I just did 720 and then it'll be 7.20.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, we're just getting some dial-ins sorted out on some vehicles so we know what the handicaps are.
No, yeah, that's not what I mean. The car numbers not come up with anything.
We've got to check the number of this.
I can't read.
Just one. I'm not ready, sorry. Can you give me the number again for lane 2? Pilot 754. Thank you.
Okay, we got Brendan Carr out here in lane 1. Where's the, is that the dial-ins?
It's a dial in. It's
That's not it.
720.
Yeah.
754.
Okay, lane 1, dial Brendan Carr's dialed in at 7.20. Lane 2 is dialed in at 7.54. So Brendan Carr in a Tesla, lane 1. Nicholas Granovic in lane 2 in the Plymouth Barracuda. So that will be nearly 3.5 tenths of a second head start to lane 2. So the Tesla's got to sit there, watch the Barracuda drive away, and then he's got to hunt him down without breaking out these all-important dial-ins. So 720 for lane 1, 754 dial in for lane 2. So lane 2 gets a heads-up handicap start. He's off. There, double O2 reaction for Brendan Carr in lane 1, so he should go through take this if he doesn't break out. He does, he runs 727 on a 720 dial in, but what a reaction, double O2. So 2 1,000ths off being a perfect reaction. Lane 2 had a good reaction with an 044, but it wasn't good enough. So Ronnie Johnson here in lane 1 in the UC Tirana, dialed in at 6.65. Rod Kerr in lane 2 in the LX Tirana is dialed in at LH Tirana is dialed in at 7.25. So the fire's just gone out in lane 2. He's in full, lane 1 is in full stage, so he gets a solo. So Ronnie Johnson will go through. He can test his dial in this time. He can actually break it out. When you're by yourself, you can go quicker than the dial in. Ronnie Johnson advances to the second round. He gets off the gas down the other end, obviously. He's thinking he's got to protect it, but he didn't have to. He could have really tested your dial in, and it doesn't matter if you break out when you've got a solo. So that's an instant win to Ronnie Johnson there, because Rod Kerr couldn't greet the starter. Unfortunately, he's out. Next pair, we have Les Waite from Dallacombe in the VH Commodore wagon. Dial in at 741. His opponent, Ian Medley from Portland in the AP6 Valiant, has dialed in at 670. Okay, so lane one's gonna get big head start. Les Waite, goal at 741, so he'll get the head start. Ian Medley's got to watch him drive away here in lane 2. His dial in is at 670. So there's nearly over half a second head start here for lane 1. These all-important reactions will give us an indication of how they're going. Yeah, lane 1's got a better reaction here. 149 to a 204. Lane 1 takes the win. Runs 748 on a 741 dial. So that race was won and lost at the start line. Andrew Waite dialed in at 700, lane 1. Ross Jervis dialed in at 712 in lane 2. A battle of the HQs. Big block and small block. Red light, Ross Jervis, he's out. 005 red light, so he's only just red lit. Hands the win over to lane 1. So Andrew Waite takes the win there, 714 on his 700 dial in. So Ross Jervis handed the win over there with a red light. 5 1,000ths of a second he red lit by. Next pair, Drew McRae. The VF Valiant, dialed in at 850. His opponent, Gavin Heyman, lane 2 in the hatchbacks, dialed in at 830. So it's a 2/10 of a head start to lane 1. So that's about half a flash of the tree, of the green light, of one green light. That's what the difference is, because they come down in 0.4 of a second intervals. Yeah, great reaction from lane 2. Should go for a take there. And he doesn't. Takes the win there, runs 835 on an 832 dial in with an 076 reaction. Okay, next pair, Dean Cleary and Ash Haley. Dean Cleary dialed in at 671. Ash Haley is dialed in at 8.85. So it's nearly just over 2 seconds head start to Ash Haley in the wagon. Chase him down. Breaks it, the double breakout, but Dean breaks out by the least. So he gets the win. Runs a 6709 on a 671 dial in. So he only broke out by 1/1000. Next pair, Jamie Ackland, dialed in lane 1, a 660. His opponent, Brendan Thomas, in lane 2, has dialed in a 10-4-7 in the ute. He's just coming up into stage now while the other lad's still back and back. So lane 2's into pre-stage. He'll just wait for lane 1 to come in, which he has. So they're both going to bump in now to full stage. Big handicap. Broke out. Lane 1 has broke out. No, he hasn't broke out, but it's a better, closer to the dial in for lane 2. So lane 2 takes the win there, the ute. Okay, we've got Rob Casser in lane 1, dial in at 760 in the VH Commodore. His opponent, Zach Shepherd, dial in at 690 in the LJ Tirana. So it's a big head start to Robbie Casser in lane 1. Check these all-important reaction times. That'll give us indication who's got their nose in front at the start line. It's a red light for lane 2, sorry. So lane 1 will get the red light. Robbie Casser goes through. Runs 776 on a 7.6 dial in. Big red light for lane 2. Okay, lane 1, Scott Riley, dial in at 693 in the XY. Simon Lazaro in lane 1 and the HQ Monaro has dialed in at 685. So it's a slight head start to lane 1, the XY. Should be a close race this. It's nearly heads up at the start line, so the reaction time will give us a indication. Oh no, so the XY should take this. Yeah, breakout anyway for lane 2. The XY takes the win there. 694 on a 693 dial in with an 004 reaction time. So that's consistent at both ends of the track. That's how you go rounds. Matthew Fitzgerald in lane 1 in the Audi, dialed in at 765. His opponent David Bunnick from Casterton, the Alex Tirana hatchback, dialed in at 7.05. So it's 6/10 of a second head start to lane 1. So that's about 1.5 ambers on the tree. Yeah, so lane 1 will get the head start here. David Bunnick's got to sit there and watch him drive off in the distance, then try and chase him down without breaking out and red lighting. 8 reaction, should go through, take the win. If he doesn't break out, he does. Runs a 710 on a 705 dial in to a losing 772. Okay, Chris Tatchell in lane 1, dialed in at 780 in the Holden Tirana. His opponent David Dobbs O'Brien is dialed in at 830. Go through to take the win. Yeah, he does. Runs a 7.89 on a 7.80 dial in. Dobbs is losing 8.21 on an 8.30 dial in. But yeah, big difference in the dial in the reaction times there. That's where the race is won and lost, this end of the track. A lose, a bit of nitrous coming out of this little roller. I was wondering why I was getting down the track so well. 202 with a bit of gas on it. Lane 1 dial in at 742. Lane 2 dial in at 7. It's a breakout there for lane 2, so the win goes to lane 1. Runs 744 on a 742 dial in. Lane 2 ran 699 on a 700 dial in. Consistency is the key at both ends of the track with your reaction times and how close you are to that dial in. That's where the race is won and lost in these handicap races. Just dial your own racing. It is a skill, takes practice, but all of a sudden when it clicks, you can go rounds. Lane 1, dial in at 695, that's Adrian Pitts. Kevin Dark in lane 2, dial in at 685. So there's 1/10 of a second head start to lane 1. It's a red light for lane 1, so lane 2's got instant lead. That is if he doesn't tag the wall or cross the centre line, and he takes the win there. The lane 2 takes the win. David Dark advances to the next round. Adrian Pitts is on the trailer. Our next pair, we have Pascal Marino, lane 1 in the 1 tonner, was dialed in 690, and Jeremy Martin in lane 2 has dialed in at 785. So it's nearly a full second head start. He should take the win. Yeah, he does. He runs 8.06 on a 7.85 dial in. To lane 1, 7.14 on a 6.9 dial in. You got to be close to that got to be close to that perfect reaction, and you got to be close to your dial in. Lane 1, Michael Parker's dialed in at 8.75. His opponent, Jason Edwards, in lane 2, is dialed in at 8.25. So there's 5/10 of a second. About half a second head start here to lane 1. Drag race at the end. Lane 1 breaks out, hands the win back again to lane 2. So lane 2 takes the win, runs 8.33 on an 8.25 dial in. Jason Edwards goes to the next round. Michael Parker's on the trailer. Next pair, Sean O'Callaghan, dialed in at 8.39 with the VK, orange VK. Sean McKenna dialed in at 8.40. And the reaction times were very similar. Breakout lane 2, so lane 1 takes the win. Sean O'Callaghan advances to the next round. He ran an 8.41 and an 8.39 dial in. Our next pair in the Streetcar Challenge Elimination Round 1, Benjamin Harding in the Nissan Navara, dial in at 11.30. His opponent, Gary Hutchins from Hamilton, he's dialed in at 7.65 over here in lane 2 in the Brougham. So this will feel like an eternity waiting for him to jump. He should take the win here if he doesn't break out or do anything silly. Yeah, he runs 7.84 on a 7.65 dial in. To the Navara's 11.38 pass. So yeah, big difference there, the reaction times and how close you are to your dial in. Okay, lane 1, Neil Millard dial in at 855 in lane 1. Shannon Brooks in lane 2 is dialed in at 800. So it's just over half a second head start to lane 1. Yeah, red light there for lane 1, so instant win to Shannon Brooks over lane 2. That is if he doesn't touch the wall or hit the centre line. Goes through, takes the win there, runs 8-1 on an 800 dial in. Okay, Jack Phillips out here in lane 1. 250 crossflow, XF Falcon, dial in at 905. His opponent, Ben Cross in lane 2, has dialed in at 810. Yeah, so a big head start here for lane 1. It's just under a second. .21 reaction to reaction. So they got their nose in front at the start. Goes through, takes the win there. Lane 1 breaks out anyway, goes quicker than his dialed in time. So lane 2 takes the win, runs 824 on an 810 dial in. So Ben Cross advances. Jack Phillips is on the trailer. Okay, here comes Scott Cleary, our main man up here in the tower. He's dialed in at 703 in his VL Commodore. Mick Cleary, the Battle of the Cousins, has dialed in at 790 in the red ute in lane 2. So Mick will get the head start. Scott's got to watch him drive off into the distance, then try and chase him down without breaking out. We'll get these all-important reaction times as they leave the line. That gives indication into who's got their nose in front at the start, who's had the better start. Got his nose in front at the start. Yeah, he goes through to take the win. Runs 714 on a 703 dial in to Mick's losing 800 on a 79 dial in. So Mick Cleary's on the trailer. Scott Cleary advances. Oh, why wasn't I told? Yeah, sorry folks, I've been telling everyone's been put on the trailer and going home, but they've just informed me it's Chicago shootout style, so run all formats, so to speak. You run every round, and the 2 points winners will race off in the A final, and I imagine the next ones will race off in a B final. So they're not being eliminated. You get to see all these races every round. So I just wasn't informed about that. So that's how it works up here. I should have asked it too, so it's probably my fault as well. Not that anyone's to blame, but that's life in the fast lane. Okay, lane 1, dial in at 758. Lane 2, dial in at 890. So the Barracuda will have to wait while the Volksy drives away. Yeah, lane 2, great dial in. Lane 1 won't catch him. Breaks out anyway, so the Volkswagen, Mick Wilson advances, gets the points. So, next pairing, we've got Benny Phillips out here in the HK wagon, dialing at 669. His opponent, Michael Clintock, has dialed in at 900. So, a big head start for the turbocharged XR6 Falcon in lane 2. Benny Phillips will just have to sit there and watch him drive off into the sunset. The sunrise that end, actually, going that way, isn't it? Perhaps the moonrise. The moonrise down that end of the track, I'd say. Benny Phillips has got to wait while Michael Clintlock drives off. So just waiting for Benny to come in, full stage. Yeah, it's a .28 reaction there. 0.77, so Benny Phillips has got to should go through and take this win. He gets off the gas at the finish line. Runs 6.84 on a 6.6 dial in. And Michael's losing 9.1. But big difference with your reactions there at the start line. Andrew Smith in lane 1, Ute. His opponent, Jordan Monaghan, lane 2 in the blue Ute. Dial in at 870, lane 1's 730. So a big head start here for lane 2 for the blue Ute. Yeah, great reaction from Andrew Smith. 4-4 reaction. Yeah, lane 2 breaks. Yeah, 7-3. Win there to lane 1. 7-3-3 to an 8-7-0. So all won and lost on the start line, that one. Where's the time that won here?
Yeah, that's late in this kind of race.
Okay, lane 1, dial in at 870. Lane 2, Jamie Turner, dial in at 702. So this will come down to a drag race to the finish. Double breakout, so that means the one who broke out by the least amount, who is closer to their dial in, takes the win. That was Jamie Turner in lane 2. He was closer to his dial in. So when it's a double breakout, the one who is closer to their dial in gets the win.
We don't have time to do both today. So we've got everyone in Super Sedan run together. There's no
Okay, so that was the Streetcar Challenge Elimination Round 1. All those guys will come out again and race each other again. And it's the ones with the most wins will get to race off in the A final and the next pair in the B final. So that's how that will work. I would imagine they'd have an A and a B final.
Can I have all the numbers again?
Okay, first round of the JDs, Junior Diggers. Sarah Osborne in lane 1, dialed in at 797. Her opponent, Cody Gray, dialed in at 855. So all these classes have been run, what they call the all-run format. So they run each round, every round. There's no eliminations. The ones with the most wins get to race off in the final. So lane 2 has an 855 dial in, so we'll get to go first. Lane 1, Sarah will have to sit there and wait because she's dialing 797. So it's just over half a second head start here to Cody in lane 2. Yeah, just a little issue at the moment. We've just got to get some things tidied up here. Just have to give a shutdown for a minute or two. Shouldn't be too long, I wouldn't imagine. Yeah, I got junior dragster elimination round 1.
Yeah.
It's not
You know,
bad.
what's occurred is as soon as she did it, went across, it's gone up saying, nah, they're both equal, it's 8-second dial in for both of them.
Oh, right.
So
Yeah.
index is 8
Yeah,
seconds.
yeah.
And as such, they can't break out. He needs Scott.
Yeah, because the index for an A junior dragster is 8 seconds. You can't go quicker.
Yeah, that's why she dials in under it so that she won't break out.
Well, you can't dial in because the index is 8 seconds. That's the dial in.
Yeah. Correct.
So that is irrelevant. Her dial in should be 800.
That's it, that's what they're running on. Yeah.
Hello.
Great.
When I've changed to the junior dragster, is that eliminations round 1? Yeah, well it's come up the dial-ins.
It's because she's dialed in at 7, 9.
They both A juniors.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not their dial-in numbers. It's just come up as that.
Yeah, he's dialed in at 855 and she's dialed in at 797. Well, that dial in is wrong. That should be 800 because you can't run quicker than 8 seconds for an A dragster. That's the cut-off. So she can't dial in at 797 as far as my thinking of the rules.
I'd probably say that would be your actual Andra sanctioned, like West National style run. That would be definitely the case that would be like this.
And that's why the computers picked it up.
Yeah.
Because it's 8 seconds.
What's A class junior that's dialed in as 7? But it's gone past the breakout, so just continue that. Right. I've rocked up, yeah, that's what I want. Just go. Yep. Junior dragster. Yep. Qualifying mode. Yeah, qualifying run against best against index. Elimination run against index. Doesn't give you the option.
Brilliant, much chance to go to the toilet.
That's glad I'm not going to have
Right
junior
down,
dragsters.
right down the data you got there, you have to back it out. Elimination none, big content. Elimination none. Just go to that one. Category index, no, keep going again. No index, keep clicking. Qualify, keep going. Keep going. Elimination none, keep going. No, just keep going back to 1. Yep, that's it. No index. Save that. Roll it down.
Yeah, so they can run
No,
their
the
line.
dial-ins changed on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why she needs to.
I think it's on that one.
She'd be wanting to practice running to an 8 exactly. I'd say that rate.
Okay, we've just worked out what was going on up here because the index for an A junior dragster is 8 seconds. Our computer system doesn't like when you put a junior dragster dial in at 797. So we've cancelled the index basically. So we're just running on the dial in, which is what everyone's happy here to do. So that's what the issue was. The computer was just having a bit of a meltdown because it didn't like what numbers were going into it. So we're just about all ready to get back into it again. So everything's all good, we think, at this stage. So hopefully we should be running very shortly.
Hang on.
Hold, please.
Okay, looks like we've got something on the screen here now, so we should be up and running. Sarah Osborne, lane 1, dialed in at 797. Cody Bray, lane 2, dialed in at 855. So hopefully the computer's not going to have a meltdown again, so we should be right. All looks good so far, so good. Let's get these juniors sent. Okay, Cody Gray in lane 2 will get a big head start here. Sarah's got to sit there and watch him drive off into the sunset, so to speak. You got to be careful what you wish for, so we thought we were up and running, but we're nearly there. We just got to have a restart again, apparently, so just sort out just a few computer issues at the moment. It's the joys of running a race meeting. Unless you've ever been up in the box here, it's pretty hard to understand what goes on and what can go on and what doesn't go on when you want it to go on. So just a few little gremlins, so we'll be back up and running very shortly, no doubt. Just a good time to get to the toilet, have something to eat, get a drink. The staff up here are pulling their hair out, trying to get some things happening. So just a little bit of patience, and we'll be into it. Rightio, third time lucky, folks. Looks like we're just about ready to go here. Come running back. Scotty. Pressure.
At least you had a win in the first round.
Yep.
Just saying. No, I ran 8.70, but 8.70, but I was at 0.2 reaction. This video was 0.0.
Okay.
Rightio, juniors, we're getting them up and running. Okay, we've got Shantaya Cardam, lane 1, dial in at 12.50. It's a battle of the sisters here. Lyra Cardam in lane 2, dialed in at 8.04. This is family bragging rights. Shantae Cardam in a C, a junior dragster. The sister, Alera, is in an A junior dragster. So that's a big difference. The big difference between the dial-ins. 12.5 lane 1, 8.04 lane 2. So that's a big head start for Shantae. Looks like it's a solo. Shantae's getting pushed back. So Lyra Cardam gets a solo. We'll take the win here. Oh. Late reaction, 047. Runs 8.02 on an 8.04 dial in. So she broke out, but it doesn't matter. Because it's on a solo, you can break out. So it's a good way to test that dial in. So she's gone quicker than the dial in, but it doesn't matter. It's a solo, so she gets the points for that round win. Does one more JD to come?
Yeah, that refuel.
No. Okay, we just waiting for one of the JDs just to refuel because they'd starting on the line there before those 2 times. It just ran out of fuel. Basically sitting there, they only have a little tank, enough just to get down the end, and obviously didn't have enough in the tank, so just had to have a bit of a refuel before we get that last of the juniors out here. Yeah, been a great day over here today, folks. Thanks everyone for coming over and supporting South Coast Raceway. Lovely little facility here. The weather's just been perfect for us today. So very much enjoying our time over here today. Thanks to all the helpers, all the support, all the volunteers around the area, the track staff, the people working in canteens, people up here in the timing tower. Our Andrew officials, Doug and Bill, thanks for coming down and helping out. So far, so good. It's a good class, really, because it's 9.9 fixed index, Pro Star. Yeah, but most of those vehicles can run a lot quicker than that. There's delay boxes and all sorts of stuff. Sedans as well, you know. Okay, Sarah Osborne, lane 1, dialed in at 797. Cody Gray, lane 2, dialed in at 855. Both A-junior dragsters. Yeah, so lane 2 will get the head start here. Cody. So if Sarah can run him down without breaking out. Oh, it's a red light. Instant win, Sarah Osborne should get the points. Ran a 8.45 anyway, broke out as well as red lit, so. Okay, looks like we're going to move on to mod bike. like it's going to be Gavin Don't out here in lane 1, I would imagine. And the B King, Suzuki B King. Supercharged, 1340cc. So it's all new combination for Gavin. Got the longer swing arm and different seating position, and made a few other little changes. He's had a previous best in the past of 5.24 to 141, but this dial in on this combo so far, he's dialed in at 5.35. So just see how close he gets to that. Gav's been racing for a number of years now. So he's a bit of a seasoned campaigner. Just every year seems to be stepping up in the performance levels of the bike. Swing arm's getting longer. Runs 5.42 at 132 mile an hour. So it's a nice pass there for Gav. I reckon he'd be happy with that. Okay, Nathaniel McKay out here on the big tyre bike. He's running Dean Jamison out here in the Kawasaki, more of a street looking bike. Lane 1's dialed in at 550, lane 2's dialed in at 674. So Suzuki Katana, lane 1, Kawasaki 900 in lane 2. So big head start for lane 1, lane 2, sorry. Yeah, great action. 046, but breaks out. Hands the win back to lane 2. So Dean Jamison gets the points there. Runs 7.45 and a 7.44 dial in. Okay, so we're moving into modified eliminator. Be round robin, Chicago shootout style of class. So I'll just run rounds and accumulate points for win. Okay, we just wait for these modified vehicles to come around. Clint Noble here in lane 1, the Fiat Topolino altered. He's dialed in at 580. Craig Baker in lane 2 with the rear engine rail. He's dialed in at 545. So, sure, geez, what's that? 4 tenths, just under 4 tenths. Head start, the altered in lane 1. Divisional Director of Andra for Victoria. Has won the Australian Championship before for Modified Eliminator. Got a number 1 on the car previously. So a man with a lot of history. So lane 1 dial in at 580, lane 2 dial in at 545. So a head start in lane 1. Lane 1 takes the win, the Altered. He runs 6:03 on a 5.8 dial in to Craig Baker's 5.77 on a 5.45 dial in. So well off, both vehicles were well off the dial ins, but Lane 1 takes the win there. So we're going to go into our exhibition class now with Nitro Harley Davidson, a fuel bike. Corey Buddige out there getting the grips of this top fuel Nitro Harley. Corey used to previously run a Buell in Pro Bike, which was a very quick bike. I think he was running down the 7.0s with the Pro Bike. There wasn't many people doing those sort of times back then. So he was one of the 2 or 3 quickest Pro Bikes in the country at the time. So now he's stepping up into the fuel ranks. Has a lot of support from Geelong Harley Davidson, I know that for a fact. So it's great to see Corey bring the fuel bike down here, do a bit of a launch, it's a bit of a 60 foot, maybe even get it to half track if he's lucky. So it's just seat time is what he's doing here. More seat time, the more familiar you get with the vehicle, more consistent you get with the vehicle. Especially the calibre of this type of vehicle. It's a Group 1 type vehicle, something you don't see at South Coast Raceway very often. It's pretty rare you get a Group 1 type vehicle here, so it's great to see Corey bring this fuel Harley here for a bit of a test session. Okay, nitromethane powered Harley Davidson. Have a big sniff of this fuel, folks. Something you don't get to sniff up every day. Top fuel Harley. V twin. Corey Buddige's his name. Just keep your eye on this gentleman in the future. The future of fuel bikes right here. Harleys just do a little short burnout. That's the characteristics of the bike. Nothing big, nothing too extravagant. Just get that tyre up to operating temperature. You'll notice if it was an inline Japper type fuel bike, they would be doing a big burnout across the start line. Harleys don't do it, they only do a little one. Just out of the water, just up to the line. Sure, get the idle, that's what they're doing there, get the idle right. It's got to have the right amount of revs when it's idling on the line. If they don't get that idle right, you might as well throw it away. Everything's got to be right. See how far he gets it down the track. Yeah, he got out and it went to the right a bit. Ended up swapping lanes there, but got out of the hole all right. I'm just trying to see what the 60 foot was. A 111 to 60 foot. So that's getting motoring along there now. I think that was better than his last 60. So yeah, I think he's going the right way with the thing. Like I say, it's a learning curve at that level. Those things can bite, and when they bite hard. If anyone's ever seen any fuel bikes in the past going down a track, when they bite you hard. So safety is paramount. Get them off the line. Like I say, they start the thing. You can't be sitting on it when they start it, in case it launches ahead. Yeah, everything's got to be right with a fuel bike. So the same as any class. Basically, everything's got to be right to get the thing down the track, but at that level more so. So thank Corey for bringing it down. When he comes back, gets towed back down the stage and lanes, just give him a bit of a cheer, folks. Tell him thanks for bringing it out. I don't know whether he'll be back out again or not, I'm not sure, but give him a cheer when he comes back down the return road. As every competitor, if you've got a favourite one, let them know. When you're in the crowd and they come back along the return road, the altered here, if you like that, give them a roar, say well done. Because it's a big effort getting these cars down the track, takes a lot of work, a lot of commitment, and a lot of kahunas. Okay, we'll get back into our racing, so to speak, now. Looks like Super Sedan coming around here now, I would imagine. Oh no, it'd be Super Sedan, right? Yes. Looks like Chris Lilius from Roxby Downs, South Australia, Alex Tirana. Dial in at 633. His opponent, Gary Vogelsang from Hazelwood North. The Chevy Camaro, dialed in at 600. Yeah, so it's just under one flash of amber on the tree will be the difference in the dialing. Likes to get the wheels in the air in the Camaro, so keep your eyes on that. That should be a close drag race. The dial-ins are pretty close, so your reaction time will give us a good indication of how they're heading, who's got their nose in front. Rightio, both the guys coming into stage. Perfect 001 reaction for lane 2. Goes through, takes the win. Gary Vogelsang will go through with the win there. Runs 604. A great reaction. It's Billy the perfect reaction, an 001. So lane 2 takes the win. Next competitors out there, Brent Murray, dialed in at 590. Malcolm Todd, lane 2, dialed in at 691. Yeah, so a big, about a second head start here to Malcolm Todd on the tree. Pull them in the stage. Malcolm Todd. Breakout for lane 1. Malcolm Todd runs 7:02 on a 6.9 dial in with an 0.96 reaction. Malcolm Todd in there. Okay, we've got Troy Newton, Gasser from Bannockburn. 55 Chev, Gasser. His opponent, there's Jeffries in lane 2. So lane 1, and the Gassers dial in at 7:00. There's Jeffrey in the Ute. Lane 2 was dialed in at 5:62. A big head start here for the Gasser. So Des can chase him down without breaking out. Yeah, lane 1 takes the win there. He runs 701 on a 700 dial in. Des Jeffries 570. Matthew Hogan, lane 1, dial in at 635. Jim Fitzgibbon, lane 2, is dial in at 642. So slight head start to Jim Fitzgibbon. Just over a 10th head start. Matthew Hogan got to chase him down without breaking out. Great reaction from Jim Fitzgibbon, 008 on the crew. But Matthew Hogan drives around him. Runs 641 on a 635. Obviously Jim Fitzgibbon wasn't close to his dial-in time. Lane 1 is closer. Scott Rowan, lane 1, dial-in at 640. Ryan Sturska, lane 2, dial-in at 555. Ryan Sturska was a previous runner-up here at the last meeting at Super Sedan. Been running consistently. So just under a second head start here to lane 1. Oh yeah, great reaction, lane 1. 009. 1022 reaction lane 2. So lane 1 takes the win there. Close to his dial in, great reaction. So Ryan Sturska loses, Scott Rowan takes the win. 001. Who's the best? Yeah, that's been the best. Okay, Ryan Keane out here in lane 1, dial in at 580. Matthew Gay out here in lane 2, dial in at 610. Matthew Gay being helped by Jesse Kelly giving him some instructions there from this side of the fence. Jesse's normally out there taking photos. So Brian Keane, Compton in South Australia, Cortina, dial in 580. Matthew Gay, lane 2, dial in at 615. Got a slightly better reaction. Just wait to see. Break out here for Matthew Gay in lane 1. Hands the win back over to lane 1. So Brian Keane takes the win there. Wendy Cleary, lane 1, dial at 699. Mick Pollard, lane 2, dial at 710. Two basically first timers out here. So Wendy Cleary's only been the first, second time she's really sat in the car and running full power, as to with Mick Pollard out here in lane 2. Both rookie drivers, so to speak. So this will be interesting. Wendy's been getting a bit loose in the Chimera about half track. So this will be interesting to see how all this goes. These two novice drivers. Okay, both coming into stage. Just waiting for Wendy to come into full. Could we have streetcars up to the staging areas, please? All the streeters up to the staging areas, please. Okay, next pair, Michael Rowan, lane 1. Cortina, dial in at 588. Tim Parker in the XY Falcon, dial in at 517. Yeah, Michael Rowan from Delacombe. Tim Parker from Portland, one of the inaugural members of the club over here, South Coast Raceway. Been helped out there by Dean Cleary. Two of the guys as Portland stalwarts. Not for much longer. Yeah, great reaction from lane 1. Should take this. Well, it does. Michael Rowan takes the win there. Good reaction time, runs close to his dial in. Tim Parker, unfortunately, takes the round lose. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're nearly back into racing for round 2 of the Streetcar Challenge. This is our big dollar bracket, $2,000 purse up for grabs. So all these competitors you see in the staging lanes are mad keen to take home the cash. Okay, we've got Andrew Waite out here in lane 1. Got the big block Chev in the HQ Prem. Dial in at 700. His opponent, Nicholas Kranovic, dialed in at 753. Okay, so about half a second head start here to lane 2. So the Barracuda will get the head start. Drive off into the sunset. Yeah, red light there for lane 2. So goes through and runs 695 on a 700 dial in. So that's a breakout, but it doesn't matter because first mistake, which is the red light, so you can go faster than you dial in then. Okay, next pair, Brendan Carr in the Tesla. Brendan's dialed in at 720 to the electric Tesla. His opponent, Matthew Smart, dialed in at 700 with a little Corolla. Should go through there, takes the win, runs 733 on his 72 dial in to lane 2's losing 704 on a 700 dial in. Lane 1 had a lot better reaction. Rightio, moving on to our next pair, there's Waite. Dial in at 741, the Commodore wagon. Michael McClintock has dialed in at 900 in the XR6 Turbo Falcon. Broke out. He's handed the win back over to Les Waite in lane 1, who ran 741 on a 741 dial in, but far lesser reaction. But yeah, lane 2 handed the win back with a breakout. So we've got Justin McClintock out here in lane 1 in the VE Commodore. Dial in at 865. His opponent, Scott Cleary, in lane 2, dial in at 703. Scotty Cleary goes through, records a time of 711 on a 703 dial in to his opponent's losing 865 on an 865 dial in. So big reaction time difference there, which won and lost the race. Rightio, Chris Tatchell out here in lane 1, dial in at 780. Tirana, and his opponent Benjamin Harding is dialed in at 1130 for the Nissan Navara. Farm truck, basically. he doesn't break out, he takes the win there. Lane 1 runs 7.89 on a 7.80 dial in. Farm Truck takes the lose. Okay, next pair, Wayne Little. Lane 1 in the Commodore, dialed in at 7.42. His opponent, Ben Cross, is dialed in at 8.17, the VY Commodore in lane 2. Yeah, red light there for lane 2, so instant win. Lane 1. Doesn't do anything silly, takes the win there. Lane 1 runs 7.47 on his 7.42 dial in. Okay, next pair. Pasquale Marino, 690. They go through there. Pascal takes the win, runs 7.00 on a 6.90 dial in. Gary Hutchins takes the lose. See, all these round wins accumulate as wins, so the people with the most wins after these round robin series will race off in a final. The next winningest races will race off in a B final, I'd imagine. I may be wrong, so I don't know how it works here, but normally the way it goes. So lane 1, dial in at 7.05 for David Bunnick. And Mick Wilson over here in lane 1 is dialed in at 8.90 in the Volkswagen here in lane 2. Okay, head start here for lane 2. An 8.90 dial in to lane 1, 7.05 dial in. Just got a bit of a reaction here. It's a breakout for lane 1. So the win goes back to lane 2. Runs 9.12 on an 8.90 dial in. Okay, next pair, Ronnie Johnson out here in lane 1, dial in at 6.65. Jeremy Martin, lane 2, dial in at 7.85. Live reaction to lane 1, so he should take the win here. He doesn't. Lane 2, lane 1 takes the win. Runs 7.01 on a 6.65 dial in. To his opponent's losing 10.99 on a 7.8 dial in. Brendan Thomas out here in lane 1, dial in at 10.47. David Dobbs O'Brien, dialed in at 8.20 in the Gemini in lane 2. So a big head start here for lane 1. The Falcon Ute. Yeah, 0.248. 5.5. Dobbs is a bit asleep there. He breaks out anyway, so the win goes to lane 1. Runs 10.5 on a 10.4 dial in to Dobbs's losing 8.1 on an 8.2 dial in. So a big break out there for David O'Brien. The next pairing is Adrian Pitts in lane 1, dial in at 7.05. His opponent, Jamie Turner, lane 2, has dialed in at 699 for the white HQ. So it's going to be a pretty close race here. There's not much in this. 6 1/1000ths of a second, so. Yeah, lane 1's got a but lane 2 drives around him and takes the win, runs 718 on his 699 dial into lane 2's losing 766 on a 705. Too far off your dial in. You got no hope. Jason Edwards, lane 1, dial in at 825. Gary Heyman, lane 2, dial in at 830. So there's 5 1/1000ths of a second difference between these two vehicles, so it'll look like nearly a heads-up race at the start. So we'll get an indication when we see these reaction times. They'll tell us who's got their legs in front at the start line. Yeah, lane 1, slightly. Through. But lane 2 drives around him and takes the win. Gary Heyman runs 834 on an 830 dial in. So Gary Heyman goes through and takes the points. Jason Edwards has got losing points, if there's any points for losing. Okay, Sean O'Callaghan out here in lane 1. Dial in at 8-3. Lane 2 in, Medley dial in 6-7. Yeah, lane 2 slightly better reaction, but lane 1 drives around him and runs 8-4 on an 8-3-9 dial in.
It's all right.
They keep coming. Sean O'Callaghan out here in lane 1. No, it's Matthew Fitzgerald, sorry. Lane 1, dial in at 769, and Ash Haley, dial in at 870. Rightio, these two competitors are in. Ash is off. Yeah, Ash Haley's got a better reaction time. A 10th quicker. So, but Matthew Fitzgerald breaks out anyway, so Ash Haley takes the win there, runs 890 on an 870 dial in. As our next pair come around, Scott Riley in the Falcons, dial in at 693. Lane 1, lane 2, Jack Phillips in the Falcon has dialed in at 904. I suppose they're both Falcons, slightly different vintage. Both red, so they're both going to go fast. Through, yeah, Scott Riley takes the win there, runs 695 and his 693 dial in to Jack Phillips's 901 on a 904, so that's the breakout. Yeah, I'll have to close the window. Neil Millard, lane 1, dial in at 855. Shannon Brooks in lane 2 is dialed in at 800. So just over half a second head start to lane 1. Oh, nearly identical reaction. Breakout for lane 1, he's gone too quick, so lane 2 takes the win. 811 on an 800 dial in to a 841 on an 855. Dial in for lane 1. So 8-2 with the win. Lane 2 with the win. Michael Parker out here in lane 1. Dial in at 855 in the Commodore. His opponent Shane McKenna from Warrnambool. Dial in at 832. So it's a pretty close dial in here, so it'll be nearly a heads up race. The tree will come down pretty close to the same time. There's not going to be much in it. So it's nearly a heads up race. Yeah, oh, great reaction from lane 1. So lane 1 will take the win there. Runs 9.22 on his 8.55 dial in. So it's an easy win there for lane 1. Kevin Dark, lane 1, and LJ Tirana dialed in at 6.85. And Mr. Robert Casa out here in lane 2 has dialed in at 7.65. So Robbie's playing with 4 wheels this weekend, normally out here on 2. He's having to play with 4. See how he goes. Robbie Casa takes the win, runs 8.13 on a 7.6 dial in to lane 1's losing 7.61 on a 6.85 dial in. Here we keep talking about consistency, and it's at both ends of the track with your action time and close to that dial in. Lane 1, Benny Phillips has dialed in at 6.69. Lane 2, Sam Lazaro has dialed in at 6.80. So both the cars are pretty close with their dial-ins. Benny Phillips is slightly quicker. So this won't be much in the tree with the way the stagger comes down, with the difference between the two. Should be a good drag race. Yeah, Benny Phillips. Superior action on 05 to a 0.2. So, but Ben Phillips hands it back. He breaks out. Didn't get off the gas enough. So Simon Lazaro takes the win there. Runs 6.84 on a 6.80 dial in.
Nah, mate.
Benny Phillips is too quick.
Good on, mate.
Drew McRae, lane 1 in the VF Valiant. Dial in at 8.50 to Jordan Monaghan. Ute in lane 2 is dialed in at 8.70. A slight head start here to the Ute. No, but he's red lit. Hands the ball. Goes through to take the win. Runs 8.42, which is a breakout, but it doesn't matter because the other lane red lit first. So good win there to Drew McRae. Andrew Smith. Andrew Smith in the VEU, dialed in at 7.25. Ross Jervis in the HQ Monaro, dialed in at 7.15. So there's 1/10 of a second head start to Andrew Smith in the Ute. See if Ross Jervis can chase him down and pass him without breaking out. This will be a good race. Takes the win there. Runs 7.29 on a 7.25 dial in to Ross Jervis, losing 7.16 on a 7.15. So Ross lost it there at the tree. He got out reacted. Okay, Zach Shepherd out here in lane 1, dial in at 690 with the LJ Tirana. Mick Cleary in the Ute, Commodore Ute, has dialed in at 790. So it's a full second head start here to Mick Cleary, lane 2. Check these reactions because that'll tell me straight away who's looked like winning and who looked like losing. Lane 1, lane 2 to 138. They go through. Lane 1 takes the win. Run 730 on his 690 dial in to mix 832 losing time. Rightio, next competitors, Dean Cleary out here in the hatchback Tirana, dial in at 670. His opponent, Rod Kerr, Garfield, is dial in at 725. Can I get motorcycle and modified eliminator to the staging lanes, please? Modified bike and modified eliminator to the staging lanes, please. Rightio, Dean Cleary's got to sit here and watch Rod Kerr drive off into the distance. Rod Kerr's red hit, drives forward on the tree, hardly moved enough to trip the red light. Dean Cleary takes off and runs 669 on a 670 dial in, so he broke out, but it doesn't matter because Rod Kerr had red lit. Super sedan to the staging lanes, please. Super sedan to the staging lanes. That's super sedan to the staging lanes. Thank you. Rightio, this pair, we've got Ned Kronovic out here in lane 1. The Plymouth Barracuda dialed in at 750. His opponent in lane 2, Jamie Ackland. The Cortina Wagon dialed in at 6.0. 6.60, yes, that's what I said. So just over a second head start here for lane 1, sorry. So the Barracuda gets the head start. The Cordy's got to chase him down. Lane 1 takes the win and 753 on his 750 dial in. But the big breakout there was with Jamie Ackland in lane 2. Okay, so that was the end of our streetcar bracket. So we move into the JDs, Junior Diggers, Junior Rails, little rear engine rails. So they'll come around and race each other again for points. So who gets the most wins? Rightio, Junior Dragster, Alira Cardam out here in lane 1, dial in at 802. Her opponent is Cody Gray, dial in at 8.50. Just under half a second head start here to Cody. short, sharp burnouts. These dragsters. Lyric Garden all the way from Noble Park. A junior dragster in lane 1. Cody Bray from Altona. It's an A junior dragster as well. There is slightly quicker. Super Sedan to the staging lanes, please. Super Sedan to the staging lanes. That's Super Sedan to the staging lanes. Thank you. All right, they're both in. Great reaction. It's red light. Cody Bray takes the win there. Doesn't break, hit the wall or anything like that. Takes the win there. Runs 8.51 on his 8.50 dial in. Unfortunately for Alira, the red light just throws that pass away. If you don't red light, you're not trying, so it's good to see, but generally you try and do that in your qualifying, not when it matters. So it's all happening out here at South Coast Raceway. Nothing new though. Happens every time. Right, we're just waiting for our next pairing to come around. We've got the junior still on the track up there. Obviously run out of spark. Might need a couple of pushes just get off the track. Been a fantastic day here today at South Coast Raceway. Absolute perfect weather. It's actually getting a little bit fresh in the box here now. We've had the windows and the door open to get a bit of draft through in. It's a little bit fresh, but it's all good. Wouldn't be anywhere else. Once again, we thank everyone for coming out to South Coast Raceway today, coming out to support the club. It's been a fantastic day's racing, especially with this new bracket they've created, the streetcar True Street, basically. So that's a great initiative for South Coast Raceway. Thank everyone for supporting the club over here, all the volunteers, all the officials working in different spots. All the track staff, our live streamer down there, we thank you very much, Mark. Just been a great day. Andrew officials, just everyone who volunteers their time to come out here and support drag racing, because we all know it's the #1 sport. The second sport in the country to attract 1 million spectators in a calendar year is drag racing. That was Andrew Championship level drag racing back in the 90s. When Castrol Oil Company ran a survey, drag racing was the second sport to attract 1 million spectators in a calendar year. That is a fact. So the potential we have to get back to where it once was, especially with these new tracks coming online, just fantastic. So do yourself a favour. Get involved if you like what you see beyond the hill. If you like what you see, go and have a talk to some people, get involved with the team. If you haven't got your own car, I'm sure there's plenty of people out there who would love to help. Or if you've got kids, you can get them in at this level, the JDs, the junior diggers. They range from C, junior dragster, B and up to A. Which are the quick ones, one of these is lane 1. Sarah Osborne's in an A junior dragster. Dial in at 7.97, so that's one quick little race car. Shantea Cardam out here is just learning the ropes, the younger sister of the other Cardam girl. Dial in at 12.50. That's a C junior dragster. Dad's out there helping his girls, so it's great to see family effort. Fantastic. The future of the sport, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, a 149 reaction there. Yeah, it's good. Run down Chanteau, and she does, takes the win there. So great to see. Junior drags, I remember having them over at Warrnambool many moons ago. We had a little girl out there called Kelly Betts was running a junior dragster. She went on to race other race cars and become top fuel champion of Australia. So that's the potential, what can be done at this level for these kids to go through. They can race right through to the top level. It can be done, it has been done. So if your kids are interested, get them into it. Get them into it, ladies and gentlemen. Well worth the effort. Great family sport. You have so much fun on the road trips and so forth, going away racing. Relatively inexpensive. Depends on the level you want to get into. The faster you want to go, the more money you've got to spend, of course. But at that seed level, it is a great, cheap way to go racing and have the whole family involved. Rightio, we're going to move into the bikes now. Gavin Don't out here on this B King Suzuki. 1340 cc's of supercharged Suzuki. Gavin's dialed in at 535. His opponent, Dean Jamieson, on the basically a road-going Kawasaki 900, is dialed in at 673. So that's one quick 900 out there. If you're into the sixes, that's a pretty quick bike for a streeter. See how Gav goes, getting a handle on all this new setup of this supercharged Suzuki B King. Gav will take the win there, runs 536 on his 535 dial in. So yeah, he's going really well, Mr. Don't. Dean Jamieson runs 687 673 dial in. All right, here comes about my favourite bike, apart from the Fuel Harley, of course. Nathan McKay out here from Ross Creek. Suzuki Katana 1428. Dial in at 547. What you call a big tyre chassis bike. Wheelie bars out the back. Very similar to a early pro stock bike back in the 70s. Goes through there and runs 568 on a 547 dial in. That was at 120 miles an hour. That's it for the bikes. Looks like we've got some modified vehicles coming around here, modified dragster and a modified altered. Looks like Mr. Shane Baxter. Sorry, I said Shane Baxter. It's Craig Baker. Craig Baker, lane 1. Clint Noble, lane 2. Lane 1, Golden 5.65. Lane 2, Golden 5.80. I think the Ultimate had the points in the first round actually, so this will be interesting to see if Craig Baker bounces back. Obviously there must be an issue with Peter Moyer's rail. He hasn't fronted the last 2 rounds, so just these 2 in modified. Fiat Topolino body on the altered. Late 30s, early 40s type of a body. No doubt to be a fiberglass body, I would imagine. Dial in, so obviously some issues there with Craig Baker in the rail. It must be still fired, it's still driving down the braking area, so obviously still has drive in the thing, so whether it's a gear selection option that's gone on or what, we don't know yet, but hopefully he'll be back. Okay, still quite a lot of vehicles and classes still to come, folks, so we're still going through it. Just a little bit of a touch up on the track here, just running the spray down the track. Just give it a bit of a touch up. Yeah, looks like we're not too far away from getting going again. Yeah, been a fantastic day over here today, witnessing this streetcar challenge event. So thank you all again for coming over, supporting South Coast Raceway. Been a bit happening this weekend, so thanks for coming out. Couldn't have asked for a better day, better weather. Brian Keane out here in lane 1. The Cortina dialed in at 5.80. His opponent dialed in at 6.33. Chris Lilius out here in lane 2, Brian Keane out here in lane 1. Yeah, lane 2, got a good reaction there, Chris Lilius. Goes through to take the win there, lane 1 breaks out. But, yeah, so Chris Lilius gets the points there. Run 6.33 on his 6.33 dial in. Very consistent. That's how you win races. Okay, our next pair in. Brent Murray out here in lane 1. The Dodge Mopar, dialed in at 5.90. Des Jeffrey out here in lane 2 in the Holden Ute, dialed in at 5.64. This is Super Sedan, round 2. Jeffrey broke out. Win back to Brent Murray there. Runs 5.93 on his 5.90 dial in. Okay, Scott Rowan out here, lane 1, dial in at 6.40 in the LJ Tirana. His opponent Matthew Gay, all the way from Karoi, dial in at 6.13. So it's a bit of a head start here to Scott Rowan. See if Matthew can chase him down, drive around him. Takes the win with a 6.42 on a 6.40 dial in. The Matthew Gay's losing 6.12 on a 6.13 dial in. Bit of a breakout. Right, we've got Troy Newton out here in lane 1. Gas. Gasser, dial in at 700. Gary Vogelsang from Hazelwood North, dial in at 600 in the Camaro, 540 cubic inch big block Chev Camaro. Could we get the street entrance to the staging lanes, please? All the streeters to the staging lanes, thank you. Troy Newton, 700. Gary Vogelsang, 600. So it's a full second head start to the Gasser. Takes the win there, runs 702 on his 700 dial in. Okay, Matthew Hogan. Matthew Hogan dialed in at 638. Jim Fitzgibbon, lane 2, dialed in at 642. So it's pretty close to being even off the lot, off the tree. Does 675 and he's 638 dial in. Lane 1, Michael Rowan, dialed in at 587, Cortina. Lane 2, Malcolm Todd, is dialed in at 691, Tirana. Yeah, so just over a second head start here to Malcolm Todd in lane 2 with the Tirana. Malcolm Todd, 004. Double breakout. Double breakout. The win goes to lane 1. Michael Rowan broke out by the least. Run 585 on his 587 dialing. So he broke out by the least, so takes the win. The double breakout. Okay, Tim Parker out here in the XY, dialed in at 517. Greg Holland, Dutchy, dialed in at 712. So a big head start here, Dutchy. A couple of seconds, basically. So Tim Parker's got to sit there and watch him drive away. He'll be out well past the 60 foot. Reaction takes the win there. Runs 719 on his 712 dial in. To Tim Parker's losing, 755 on his 51 dial in. Right, Ricky Smith down the road to Tirandara, dial in at 520 HQ Monaro. Andy Cleary down here in Monaro, dial in at So Wendy Cleary will get the head start here. 699 dial in. Ricky Smith with a 520 dial in. We'll have to sit there and wait. Watch Wendy drive off into the distance. Smith had a very good reaction, an 08, runs 5.32 to take the win on his 5.20 dial in. Darryl Dendo out here in lane 1, dialing 530 the X2 Falcon. Simone Sam Cardinal in the Chevy Camaro in lane 2 is dialing 503. So just under 0.3 of a second head start, so it's slightly less than one flash of amber. Distance the handicap. Very nice car, this Camaro. Presented. Top class looking team, top class looking car. Sam Cardinal. Yeah, slight head start to lane 1. Just under one flash of amber though, so it won't look much. Clear of card and 060 on the tree. Takes the win. Runs 8.06 on an 8.02 dial in. So Sarah's losing 8.04 on a 7.98 dial in. Great reaction there, both the girls. But an 0.60 is pretty hard to beat, especially when you run a 1.20 reaction. Okay, our next pairing of junior dragsters is Cody Bray. Cody has dialed in at 850 here in lane 1. Chantea Cardham in lane 2 has dialed in at 1250. Cody Bray, lane 1, dial in 850. Chantea Cardham, lane 2, dial in at 1250. Yeah, lane 1, Cody Bray is running a bit of action here. He does. Goes through, takes the win, runs 857 on an 850 dial in. Cody takes the points for that round. Okay, so that's it for round 3 for our JDs. We're going to move on to modified bike. Third round.
Yep. You can call all six free guys with 3 wins.
All Super Street races with 3 wins to the staging lanes, please. All Super Street races with 3 wins to the staging lanes, please. Okay, this is going to be a close race, ladies and gentlemen. Gavin Don't out here in the B King, dial in at 532. 1340 powered supercharged Suzuki. His opponent, Nathaniel McKay, on the big tired Suzuki Katana. It's a 1428 cc powered big tired chassis bike. He's dialed in at 547, so there's not much in this as far as the dial-ins go. Big tyre bike versus small tyre bike, supercharged bike versus normally aspirated bike, chassis bike versus a long swing arm bike, non-wheelie bar bike versus a wheelie bar bike. The list goes on. The difference between these two machines is immense. They're both Suzuki based, so this will be a close race. Gavin Don't takes the win, rides around him. Unbelievable, an 005 and get beat. Nathaniel McKay runs 556 on a 547 dial in for the lose, but Gavin Don't runs 523 on a 523 dial in. That's consistency, and that's what wins races. Got out-reacted, but drove around him. He was that close to his dial in, he was right on his dial in, and that made up the difference of the lazy leave on the tree. He wasn't that lazy either. It was an 04 something, so it was no slouch. Okay, Dean Jones is a solo dial in at 673, so we'll be able to test that out. Run 681. Had a .218 reaction, so the reaction wasn't that good, but it didn't really matter because he was taking a solo. So he'll still get the points for that round win.
Yeah.
So you know what we're doing?
We're going to do elimination. So
Put enough fuel in it, not going to get any pull down at all.
what we got to get to the survey tomorrow, mate.
So we're just going to go hot lap it, back around, straight on around.
All right, we're going to move into modified eliminator. This is the final. I believe this is the final of modified eliminator. So we'll just see who gets the bragging rights here. Clint Noble has sort of had his nose in the front in previous rounds, but don't put anything past Craig Baker. That gentleman has a history longer than your arm of racing at this level and winning. Has been an Australian champion in this class. Nice 2 good strong burnouts here for the guys. Craig Baker in lane 1, dial 570. Clint Noble in lane 2 with the Ultimate, dial in 580. So 1/10 of a second head start. So it's not much on the tree. Yeah, so Clint Noble will get a slight head start, a 1/10 head start, so that's about a quarter of one of those flashes of the tree. Final of modified eliminator, ladies and gentlemen. Altered versus rail. race and a half, and lane 2 breaks out, so Craig Baker takes the win. Runs 6:03 on a 5:70 dial in to Clint Noble's losing 5:79 on a 5:80 dial in. Well, there you go. So Craig Baker takes the win in modified eliminator at South Coast Raceway. Congratulations to the Baker team. Okay, we're going to move into Super Sedan, round 3. Chris Lilius out here in lane 1, dial in at 633 in the Alex Tirana. We've got Des Jeffrey out here in lane 2 in the Ute, HZ Ute. Dial in at 563. Lane 1 breaks out. Des Jeffrey takes the win there. Runs 567 on a 563 dialing. Good reactions, an 055 to an 032. Brent Murray, lane 1. Dodge 440 Mopar powered. Lane 1, dial in at 590. Ryan Sturzka here in lane 2, RX7 Mazda, dialed in at 5.55. So a slight head start to the Dodge. .440 cubic inch big block in the Dodge, and it's a 427 small block in the Mazda. Ryan takes the win there, runs 553 on his 555 dial in to Brent's 586 on his 590, so Ryan Sturzka takes the win. Okay, Matthew Hogan out here in lane 1, tough competitor, dial in at 638 for Gemini. We've got Gary Vogelsang out here in lane 2 in the Camaro, dial in at 600. So a slight little head start here to Matthew Hogan. You've got to see if Gary in lane 2 will chase him down. On his 600 dial in. Unfortunately for Matthew, he red lit, so no points for that round. Right, next pair, Troy Newton in the Gasser, 55 Chev Gasser, 700 dial in. Malcolm Todd in the LC Tirana, dial in at 688. Yeah, so there's only 1.2 tenths difference between these dial-ins, so won't be much on the tree, if anything. So yeah, he takes a win there. Runs 9.77 on his. Sorry, he runs 6.96 on his 6.88 dialing at 97 miles an hour. Mark 2 Cortina, dial in 585. We've got Brian Keane out here in the Mark 3 Cortina, dial in 550. So a pair of Cortinas.
Last call for all Super Street, 3 wings, start one.
Okay, last call for all Super Street who have had 3 wins to the staging lanes now, please. Last call for all Super Street who have had 3 wins to the staging lanes. Thank you. Takes the win there, runs 5.86 on a 5.85 dial in with a good reaction. Fortunately, Brian Keane was a bit off it.
Dean Cleary, Ronnie Johnson, Scott Riley, Brendan Thomas, Sean O'Callaghan, May Little, Jamie Turner, Brandon Carr, Rob Gus and Major Weight. The start line now. Elimination starting 1 minute.
Okay, we got Wendy Cleary out here in the Chimera. Lane 1, dial in 699. We got Greg Holland out here, Greg Dutchy Holland out here in lane 2 as dial in 712. He'll take the win there. He runs 717 on his 712 dialing. Rightio, our next pairing comes around. Scott Rowan, lane 1, dial in at 640 in the LJ Tirana. His opponent, Sam in the Chevy Camaro, lane 2. Lane 2's dialed in at 5.06. So it's a very quick dial in, nearly into the 4s. It's a 584 cubic inch big block Chev in the Camaro. And looks like the candle's gone out. So we're just going to push the Camaro back out of the road, check for any fluid. So Scott Rowan gets the solo. dial in. So very consistent. Good at the start line, had a good reaction and ran right on his dial in. So that's how you win races and go rounds. Okay, we got Jim Fitzgibbon out here in the FJ Humpy. Dial in at 642, lane 1. We got Tim Parker out here in the XY. 598 cubic inches, a big block forward. Tim Parker's dialed in at 517. XY. Both come in to the up to the pre-stage bulbs. Tim Parker's gone right in, double bulbed him straight away. Take the win there, no 3-1 reaction to a 1-2-7 reaction. The win there with a 651 at 642 dial in. So Jim Fitzgibbon takes the win there in the FJ. Okay, Rick Smith coming out here in the HQ Monaro. Lane 1, dial in at 520. His opponent, Robert Cardham, in lane 2, dial in at... Robert Cardham in lane 2, dial in at 576. The XE Falcon. Okay, we're just waiting for the guys to come up to pre-stage, get them in there and send them down the track. So 520 dial in lane 1, 576 dial in for lane 2. Holden burst forward. Oh, good reaction from both guys. No 6 lane 1, no 28 for lane 2. And lane 2 takes the win. Robert Cardham runs 577 on a 576 dial in to Rick Smith's 530 on a 520 dial in. So couldn't pick that one at the start line. The reactions were nearly identical, and obviously Robert Cardham ran closer to his dial in, so to take the win. Okay, so that's it for Super Sedan. Looks like we're going to have our Top Fuel motorcycle, our Harley Davidson Top Fuel bike, do another pass. Corey Buddigi, all the way down from Geelong, sponsored by Geelong Harley Davidson. You'll see the boys start without Corey sitting on it. You cannot sit on these bikes when you start them. You're playing with nitromethane. Very explosive material, fuel. V-twin powered fuel bike. heartburn out. That's all the Harley boys do with the bikes. That's all they need. Stage, just pushing in, full stage. Wow, turn the tyre again just before half track there. Got out of the hole nice. Then the bike sort of just took off to the right a little bit, ended up in the other lane. But starting to get a handle on that, starting to leave pretty hard. Had a 114, not quite as good as 60 foot as the previous pass, which was a 111. So they're the increments that they're working on at the moment, these 60 foot times. That's the main increment that they would be working on today. So yeah, but seat time on these things is imperative. You can never get enough seat time. So it's just great to see him here. Thanks Corey for bringing the bike down and the team. Thank you guys for doing that. Very impressive machinery. So when he comes back, just give him a bit of a cheer and wave to him if you're in the spectators and say thanks for bringing that fuel Harley here because you don't see them very often.
Mick Rowan, Scott Rowan, please, to the super stand at the start line for the final. Dutchie missed out in this package.
Who is it?
Mick Rowan, Scott Rowan. Mick and Scott Rowan.
Could I have Mick Rowan and Scott Rowan to the start line, the staging lane for the final of Super Sedan? Thank you. Mick and Scott Rowan to the staging lanes for the final of Super Sedan. Thank you. And could I have Gavin Don't and Dean Jamison to the staging lanes for the final of Mod Bike, please? Gavin Don't and Dean Jamison to the staging lanes for the final of Mod Bike. And could I have Sarah Osborne and Alira Cardam to the staging lanes for the final of Junior Dragster? Sarah and Alira to the staging lanes for the final of Junior Dragster. And these just... And these are all the ones with 3 wins. Okay, we've got our Super Streeters out here. All these competitors have had 3 wins, so we've got to run these through to see who will be our finalists. So there may be 1 or 2 rounds racing here to get through these Super Streeters, to get a final pair, such as the big field we had for this bracket. It was very well oversubscribed. Mick Rowan and Scott Rowan to the staging lanes, please. Mick Rowan, Scott Rowan to the staging lanes for the final of Super Sedan. Gavin Don't and Dean Jameson to the staging lanes for the final of Mod Bike, please. And Sarah Osborne and Alira Cardam to the staging lanes for the final of Junior Dragster. Okay, we've got Brendan Carr out here in the Tesla, dial in at 720. Wayne Lilly, dial in at 744. Reaction for Lane 2 there for Wayne Lilly. Goes through, breaks out, hands the win back to Brendan Carr, the Tesla. The Tesla takes the win, so he gets another win, so he's got 1 foot in the door of that final. Andrew Waite out here in lane 1. The HQ big block Chev powered HQ Holden, dial in at 700. Rob Casser out here in lane 2, dial in at 760 in the VH Commodore. He should drive around him and stay there in front. He does, gets off the gas, runs 736 on a 700 dial in. Okay, we've got Ronnie Johnson out here in lane 1, the UC Tirana, dial in at 665. We've got Jamie Turner out here in lane 2 in the HQ, dial in at 700. At the finish line, protect his dial in, runs 673 on a 665 dial in. So congratulations, Ronnie Johnson. You go through the next round, mate. Okay, Dean Cleary, lane 1. Dean's dialed in at 6.68, and his opponent, Scott Riley, dialed in at 6.93. So there's not much difference between these two vehicles, just under 0.3 of a second. So that's, yeah, it's a bit under one flash of amber on the tree. So a slight head start here to the XY, in lane 2. Breaks out, hands a win back over to Dean Cleary, who runs 672 on a 668 dialing. The breakout was 692 on a 693 for the XY. Okay, we've got Brendan Thomas out here in the AU Falcon Ute. Gets the solo. 10.48 is the dial in. You can test this, test it out, push the dial in, see how quick the car will go. We can break out. So he's got an 0.98 reaction time, so it's not too bad. He runs 10.64 on a 10.48 dial in, so he's a bit off his dial in. That still takes the round win. This would be final mod bike, is it? Okay, looks like we've got the final of mod bike coming up. I can see Gavin Don't over there in the staging lanes. B King. Gavin Don't, lane 1, supercharged B King Suzuki. Gavin has dialed in at 5.28 over there in lane 1. Dean Jameson out here in the Kawasaki is dialed in at 6.73. Oh, nice big burn out there from Gavin. Okay, so there's a big weight here for Gavin Don't. Dean Jameson dialed in at 6.73. Gavin Don't dialed in at 5.28. So he's waiting there a long time. Second and a half, just about. Jameson there. So Dean is the winner of our modified bike eliminator for this round, for this event. So congratulations, Dean Jameson.
Ready for street cars?
Okay, this will be our
Any of that, Nick?
second last round of streetcar, I would imagine.
Yep. All good.
Rightio, Brendan Carr coming round in the Tesla, dialed in at 720. His opponent is Andrew Waite, dialed in at 700. Rightio, slight head start here to the electric Tesla. Brendan Carr, 0.2 of a second. So it's half a flash of amber. Great reaction from Andrew Waite there at 008. So he should take that. He has taken the win there. Run 730 on a 700. Okay, we've got Ronnie Johnson out here in the UC Tirana. Dial in at 665. Gets the solo, obviously. Runs a 666 on a 665 dial in, so very consistent there from Ronnie Johnson in the UC Tirana. Okay, this is our last pair in the Super Street bracket. Looks like Dean Cleary, lane 1 in the LX hatchback, Tirana. And his opponent is Brendan Thomas in the AU Falcon Ute. So lane 1's dial in at 669, sorry. And the Ute has dialed in at 1048. Okay, both the competitors are coming up to the tree now, up to the pre-stage bulbs. Light them up and creep into the full stage. Okay, we'll wait for this tree to come down. Yeah, slightly better reaction. 5-7. But Dean should take the win. Takes the win there. Runs 6-8-0 on a 669 dial-in. So Dean Cleary gets the points for that round. Dean at the through the final. As he come around and have by, and all he's got to do is stage, and that's it. Don't have to run. The winner of these two are racing. Okay, semi-final of the first three-car bracket. Ronnie Johnson, Andrew Waite. Ronnie Johnson's dialed in at 665, and Andrew in lane 2 is dialed in at 700. It was a big launch from Ronnie's car. The last pass really picked up the left-hand wheel. Really hooking up well out there. These reactions will be what determines it though. Oh, 0-4. Ronnie will break out. He doesn't do it. So Andrew Waite takes the win there. Goes through 707 on a 700 dial in and with an 004 reaction. Very hard to beat. Consistent at both ends of the track. So he's into the final where he will meet the winner of this pass, which looks like going to be Dean Cleary because it looks like he's got a bye. Solo. So all Dean's got to do is stage the car, and then he can reverse it out, doesn't even have to run it down the track. So Mr. Cleary, yeah, just stage a car. I don't know if he'll send it or not. He'll probably just go for a drive anyway. Check out the track. 669, which that was, and he runs 670. So nearly there, not too far off his dial in. So he'll get to face the big block HQ in the final. See who gets the $2 grand. Okay, here's the final of Super Sedan, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a Ford versus Holden race. Okay, Michael Rowan out here in lane 1. Michael Rowan dialed in at 585 in the Mark II Cortina. Scott Rowan. Scott Rowan in lane 2 in the LJs, dialed in at 639. So both these guys are named Rowan, so they're both from up at Ballarat way. One's from Dallacombe, the other one's from Ballarat, so they could possibly be brothers or cousins, I would imagine. Brother. B. I just got the B signal, so they must be brothers. Thumbs up from our Andrew official. Thanks for that, Billy. Red line. Scott Rowan, red lip, so he hands the trophy over to Michael Rowan. So the Ford takes the win there. Runs 590 on a 585 dial in, but an 002 on the wrong side of the tree for his brother Scott. So Scott handed the win over to Michael Rowan. So congratulations, Michael, our Super Sedan winner over here at South Coast Raceway. Okay, the final of Junior Dragster. 2A Dragsters by the look of the wings on the car. So it'll be Sarah Osborne out here in lane 1. Osborne dialed in at 798, lane 1. And Alira Cardam out here in lane 2 is dialed in 803. So a slight just got to shut them down for a minute, sound of it. Got a little issue going on in the tree. So yeah, just a bit of an issue there. The tree was flashing red, so we need to reset a few things, obviously.
It's done the bloody thing again.
Yeah, just go.
Oh,
how
when
ready?
it goes in.
No, because it
No,
changed.
it doesn't matter.
No,
Just
no.
go to how ready.
The dials.
Oh, they changed it already. I've read the dials out again. Go back. Come to you back. Read the dials out again.
Dials again, please.
798.
Yeah, and then an 803.
And a 3 1.
And then you bump it in.
Yeah, no.
No.
So ready. Alright.
Now it's
Very
right.
good.
That's what I did last time. Press yes.
Yeah, we just had a little bit of an issue with the dial-ins and that, so we just had to recheck all that, make sure everything was right. So we've just got the go-ahead from the tower now, so we should be right to fire these vehicles up again. Final of Junior Dragster, Sarah Osborne, lane 1, dial in at 798, and Alira Cardam in lane 2 has dialed in at 803. Okay, the final of JD's Junior Dragster. Sarah Osborne and Alira Cardam. Slight, ever so slight head start here for Alira. She gets the lead first. Nearly identical reactions. That front 100. Going out, and the win goes to Sarah Osborne. She runs a 798 on a 798 dial-in. Alira Cardam runs a 805 on an 803 dial-in. How close is that race? There must have been not much in it. Not much in it at the finish of that race. So congratulations to Sarah Osborne. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final race of this event, the Streetcar Challenge, and this is the finalists of the Streetcar Challenge. The winner of this gets to take home $2,000 of easy money for going for a nice Saturday drive. We've got Ben Cleary out here in lane 1, dial in at 669. His opponent is Andrew Waite in the HQ Holden big block Chev powered machine, 454 cubic inches. He's dial in at 700. So this is for the big money. Who will have bragging rights to be king of the street in southwest Victoria? This is for bragging rights. The money's up for grabs. Bragging rights is up for grabs. Who will win it? Dean Cleary, Andrew Wright. Check these reactions. That'll give us a big indication of how they're going. Oh, Dean Cleary takes the win and red line for Andrew Wright. So Dean Cleary runs 675 on his 669 dial in to take the win. Congratulations, Dean. Commiserations to Andrew. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the final pass of the meeting. We thank you all for coming over here to South Coast Raceway today, supporting the club. Fantastic meeting, fantastic day, fantastic competitors. Just a great atmosphere at this racetrack, one of the best little 8 miles in the country by far. So we thank all the officials, all the people who've worked feverishly through the day, yesterday, track prep, Smithy, marvellous job again, mate. Thank you very much for your work out there. We thank you to our live streamer down there, Mark Humphreys. Thank you very much. All our officials, safety people, our ambulance.
Commentator, the awesome commentator.
Oh, well, I'm here. I just do what I like doing best, so it's no work for me. We thank our Andrew officials, Billy Karras, Doug Penner. Thank you all so much for coming down, supporting South Coast Raceway. Great facility. Don't forget, next meeting, 2 weeks' time, I believe, Wild Lunch Wars, Saturday the 5th of March. Bring your friends, bring your mother, bring your father, bring your grandparents. They will be impressed with what's going to go down the track in 2 weeks' time. So once again, thank you all for attending, and until 2 weeks' time, this is Wes White saying goodbye, and we'll talk to you all in 2 weeks' time. Thank you very much.
Craig Baker, what's his number? 609.
Turn that off. I'll let you deal with that, Mark.
Thank you, you are a legend. Absolute legend.
I'm impressed with fucking you, mate.
Is that one thing?
You keep cool under pressure,
Yeah, sometimes.
and it's a lot of pressure at times.